to other jurisdictions, and an evaluation of animal services organizational placement. The key findings from the report include confirmation that Animal Services has successfully implemented improvements to its operations since its move to the Department of Health Services in 2010. Secondly, the report found that the most beneficial placement options for the Animal Services functions are contracting out, creating a standalone department, or remaining in the Department of Health Services. Additionally, the report identified opportunities to increase cost recovery from the current contracts, including the county's contract providing animal services to the city of Santa Rosa. The Department of Health Services staff are still exploring these specific recommendations and plan to return to the board at a later date with an update on cost recovery, along with an assessment on the potential to increase revenue by potentially expanding these types of contracts to additional jurisdictions. And lastly, the report found that Animal Services facilities need physical upgrades to improve public interactions and the overall experience for the animals at the shelters. The Harvey M. Rose report evaluated Animal Services organizational placement options based on cost, performance, governance, willingness of potential placement partners, and timeline for completing the transfer functions. As previously mentioned, the report concluded that the top 3 placement options were contracting these services out, creating a standalone Animal Services department within the county, or keeping Animal Services within the Department of Health Services. The report also considered other options, including moving Animal Services to other departments within the county and creating a Joint Powers Authority, or JPA, with cities and towns to provide animal services among the jurisdictions. The report identified concerns with the contracting out placement option, including risks and reduced oversight for the program, and concerns about effects on current employees. For this reason, the staff focused our cost comparison on the 2 placement options you see on the screen, staying at the Department of Health Services and creating a standalone department. The Rose report identified the Department of Health Services option as the least disruptive option. It would keep the current staff drawing on their years of expertise and experience in animal services, and it would utilize existing administrative support staff such as human resources and accounting that already exists within the Department of Health Services. However, if Animal Services were to stay in the Department of Health Services, the report recommends that the department adjust the current administrative overhead cost methodology to reduce the administrative costs that are currently billed to the Animal Services unit. For the standalone department option, the Harvey Rose report recommends establishing an oversight commission to receive community input and make recommendations to the Board of Supervisors. The standalone option requires increased staffing for administrative functions, which we'll review in the next few slides, and it would require up to 9 months to set up the new department. Here is the current organizational chart for the existing Animal Services unit. You can see that there are 30 full-time employees. And this is the recommended organizational chart for the option where Animal Services remains in the Department of Health Services. After reviewing the current staffing capacity and the needs with both human resources and the Department of Health Services, we recommend reestablishing the Animal Care and Control Director position, which was deleted in 2019. Staff also recommend reclassifying the current Health Program Manager position to a more appropriate Operations Manager position. The estimated increase in annual costs with this additional position and reclassification is $283,861. For the standalone department option, you can see the org chart. Staff recommend increasing the full-time employees to 34 employees. This would include adding an Animal Care and Services Director, an Executive Assistant, an Administrative Services Officer, and an Accountant too. The recommendation to reclassify the current Animal Services Health Program Manager to an Operations Manager is still applicable in this option. The estimated cost of these recommended additional positions and staff changes is $814,516. You can see here that the recommended fiscal year 22-23 recommended budget for Animal Services is $6.7 million. The recommended option of keeping animal services within the Department of Health Service, with the changes in staff that were just previously mentioned, would be approximately $7 million. And the estimated cost for the standalone department is approximately $7.2 million. One note is that these estimates on the screen do not include one-time moving or office space construction costs that would be needed if the board were to choose the standalone department option to accommodate the increase in staff. In that scenario, the estimated cost range between $18,000 and $3.5 million, depending on the selected approach. Regardless of which placement option your board selects, there is a need to upgrade the animal the animal services facility. The recommended 22-23 budget includes capital budget spending recommendations for a fencing and chiller replacement project. In addition to that, staff have identified these additional needs for facility upgrades, including radiant heat flooring, HVAC systems, larger shelter areas for disaster response, evacuations, emergency response, as well as increased veterinary space. These projects are still being scoped out to determine estimated costs, and they will be included in the capital improvement plans for future budget considerations. The recommended actions for today are to accept this report on animal services organizational placement and to adopt the staff recommendation to keep animal services within the Department of Health Services. That concludes the presentation, and we are available to answer your questions.
Thank you, Maggie. Let's see if we have any questions from the board. Supervisor?
Just want to say thank you to staff for looking so thoroughly into where we should land our animal services department. This seems to be an ongoing trend over the course of years to try to find that optimum place. Look forward to continuing to make the investments needed to bring the facility up to where it should be as well. Just making sure that deferred maintenance doesn't take over going forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Abbott.
Supervisor Gordon?
Thank you so much for the presentation, and I want to echo the thanks of Supervisor Rabbit. It's been a long time coming forward, and I know there have been a few things interrupting the process and consideration, and I appreciate the due diligence in exploring all options. The question that I have, which I raised during the briefing, is what will be the relationship between this continuing and enhanced department and other animal care providers around the county, especially when it comes to evacuations and large animal rescues, etc.
We have current relationships with animal providers within our county, as well as surrounding areas, in particular during times of disaster. And Brian Whipple, I believe, is online and can speak to some of those relationships that we have already. Brian?
Good morning. Yeah, we we do actually have great relationships with regional partners, both animal services and nonprofits, especially throughout Sonoma County. All the animal operations, we do meet regularly. We coordinate during disasters quite well. And when it comes down to the evacuation and feeding and servicing animals that are sheltering in place, we work with a volunteer group that's the Sonoma Community Animal Response Team, where there's around, I want to say, about 400 volunteers that augment our services during disasters, which really does a lot of work and a lot of help for us to make this work.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Brian, for all of your work at the animal shelter, and especially during the fires. I saw a Placer County fire evacuation alert warning system, and they included a good section on animal evacuations. And I hope that we work with Chris Godley on making sure that all of that information is online and part of our emergency evacuation plan. So thank you so much. And I look forward to hearing the other comments and questions.
Through the chair, if I might add, several years ago, we did strengthen the Emergency Operations Center's structure around animal services and evacuation. So we've got a good system in place for active emergencies.
Supervisor Hopkins.
Thank you. And I really, really appreciate the thoroughness of the staff report and kind of the analysis of all of the different options. One option that I was interested in, obviously not a short-term fix, but a potential long-term conversation, is the JPA option, which seemed like it, had some legs in terms of, where it shook out in the comparisons. And so I'm just curious if you know anything about sort of other jurisdictions who have gone through a JPA process, if there is interest from other cities that don't currently contract with the county in terms of potentially contracting with the county. What could that look like in the long run? Because it is kind of interesting to me when you think about, as usual, we have sort of a patchwork of services, right, in the county. And at the end of the day, people really don't care whether, the dog is inside or outside of city limits, right? I think from a customer service perspective, like that, those jurisdictional lines don't matter. And yet they matter a tremendous deal for us in our budget and, our ability to move forward with adequate staffing and adequate investment in the physical infrastructure. I also wanted to note that while, it seems like, the existing physical infrastructure is quote unquote adequate, it does leave something to be desired. And so in the long run, there will definitely need to be improvements made to the capital infrastructure to better service the community. So just kind of, I guess, two questions that, sort of the JPA and then also looking at the long-term facility maintenance and improvement.
Dr. Kaplan, do you want to speak some to the JPA piece?
Sure. Thanks, Director Rivera. So several counties have JPAs in the region and also beyond the region. Marin County is the closest and best example of a JPA. Santa Cruz and Stanislaus also have JPAs, and 8 cities in the Los Angeles County area have engaged in an APA called the Southwest Area Animal Control Authority. But for other sister counties that are in this area and similar to us and proximate in terms of population, they run those through their health department or their sheriff's office. San Francisco, San Mateo, and a county in Nevada either have a standalone system or some kind of a public-private partnership.
And then I would add, with respect to standing up a JPA, as you mentioned, there would be a significant transition time. And then, of course, there would need to be interest. I know when this particular Harvey Rose analysis was done, there was no specific interest in a JPA. Many of the cities had expressed actually their non-interest in doing a JPA. Recently, we have had some interest in smaller cities for contracting services with the county. So there is some interest as we look forward to some sustainability or some additional revenue, if you will, with the county and doing some services. Now, I will also add with doing some contracting out, although that may have been initially the recommendation of choice for the Harvey Rose analysis with respect to contracting out. Most contractors will not do or perform all of the services that are required under the county. So we would still have to absorb those field services, for instance, or vice versa, the shelter services that would be required that the county would need to perform. So there are some net pros and cons to all of these recommendations. So it would be up to your board if you would like us to embark upon exploration of what the temperature would be around the county now. So I would leave that decision up to your board.
Thank you. And then any comments about sort of the needed long-term investments in infrastructure? And maybe this is more of a question for general services, or, when we're looking at sort of the deferred maintenance conversations, the sort of, what investments need to be made at that location up at the airport.
Now, I will say there was a fund established years ago, building fund established that our contractors also contributed to, and this was language written in their contracts. So we currently do have a building fund. I would have to check with Kelly with respect to how much is in that fund. Kelly can speak to that more. And then also with respect to the needed facility upgrades, as we mentioned earlier, we would be bringing after we performed a more stringent cost analysis, what we would require with respect to those facility upgrades during the capital improvements budget during the budget hearings. And Kelly, would you like to add with respect to those items that I just mentioned?
Yes, thank you. It is a building replacement fund that is held with general services. And it's approximately about $1 million currently that is in that fund.
Thank you for that, Kelly.
Sure.
Thank you. And, I don't know if I have support from my colleagues, and I think it would certainly be a long-term conversation and obviously not worth pursuing if there isn't interest from the city, but I'm wondering if it might make sense for something like CAO Bratton to take it to the city managers, or maybe for the chair and vice chair to take it to the mayors and council members, just to see if there's any interest. And if there is, maybe that is something that we look at for the long term. If there isn't, obviously we just move forward with sort of the status quo. But from a kind of service perspective, it seems to make sense to me to try to get as many folks on board as we can, so there's sort of continuity of services, and also that kind of warehousing of resources, so that we're able to provide the services to the community as well as we can.
Through the chair, over the years, I've had conversations with the city managers, and especially interested in the Marin model. It's actually a JPA and has like 12 functions under it, not just animal services, but lighting districts and all sorts of miscellaneous stuff. And it has a executive director. It's a very interesting model. I will be going to a city managers meeting this week, so I'll raise it again. But I do think if there's interest from the board, that it would help to have the chair or the chair and the vice chair raise it at maybe the next mayors and council members meeting.
Yeah, we can do that. Anything else, Supervisor?
Just one last thing, which is, Cheryl, I'd be really interested in learning more about that model, because I do recognize that we have a lot of different JPAs in Sonoma County. And so, the idea of sort of a JPA of JPAs, or, something that has a little bit more consolidated services, I would be really curious to learn more about that. So maybe a follow-up for future. But, and I would certainly be supportive of having those conversations with the city managers and with the mayors and council members, just to see if there's a there, just to see if there's interest from the city partners.
Great. Sounds like a good idea. Thank you for all the questions. I'm not sure I heard an answer to my question, which is how much are the facility upgrades that are being recommended in the upcoming budget? What's the cost of those? And are you able to use that building fund for those upgrades?
Currently, I believe what's already in the capital budget is a little under $700,000. We would have to do a thorough cost analysis for additional facility upgrades that we would bring with respect to the capital improvements budget, and those would be spread over the course of 5 years. So I don't have a concrete number for you for the additional capital improvements needed. And those improvements would be needed for these facilities regardless of where animal services would land. And and Kelly, perhaps you can speak to the parameters around that building fund, if you are aware of what those are, what the criteria. Is it just for the purchase of a new facility, or are you aware of whether those funds can be used for improvements?
I am not aware of the parameters regarding that fund, but I can certainly reach out to general services and
we can find that out.
It would be good
Get
to
that
know.
information.
Yeah. And I'm assuming that those upgrades are needed regardless of any talk about a JPA or a contracting situation.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. We'll see if we have any public comment on this item, animal services. Anyone in the room? No. Marcy, anyone online for this?
Thank you. For those in Zoom, if you can please raise your hand or press *9 on your phone keypad if you would like to comment on this item, which is number 25 on today's agenda. And thank you. There are no hands for comment.
Thanks, Marcy. Would you please lead a roll call vote on this item?
Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Hopkins.
Yes.
Thank you very much. That
Thank you.
passes 4-0 with Supervisor Gore absent. We'll move on to item number 26. The Emergency Medical Services Level 2 Trauma Center Redesignation Agreement with Santa Rosa Memorial Hospital. And Director Rivera, you're still in the first chair here.
Hey, thank you. We have the dream team this morning. Joining me for this item, we are presenting the Emergency Medical Services Level 2 Trauma Center Designation Agreement. Of course, I'm Tina Rivera, the Director for Health Services. I have Jen Banks, our EMS Emergency Medical Services Coordinator. In the audience with us today are our hospital partners. Mr. Frank Byrne, Ernesto Oliveras is with us with Santa Rosa Memorial. And then here at the table with me is Adam Radke and Jen Klein, our county council representatives. And then also virtually, we have Lucinda Gardner, who should be driving our slides for us, and Brian Cleaver. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jen, who will begin our brief presentation. And then Lucinda, you can begin the presentation.
Thank you, Director Rivera, Chair of the Board, and members of the board. Just for the clerk's awareness, I think Cinda is actually watching through the public link this morning. She was going to raise her hand.
Thank you. Yep. Lucinda was just moved, so probably getting set up.
Wonderful. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Lucinda. So it looks like we are back for the third time just to discuss the Level 2 Trauma Services Contract Agreement with Providence Santa Rosa Memorial Hospital. Next slide, please. So just a timeline of events that brought us back to the board today. On March 22nd, county staff provided a full presentation to the Board of Supervisors about our trauma services available in Sonoma County and to our neighboring counties. County staff was asked to return to the Board of Supervisors on April 19th with contract revisions to include language supporting an air quality study. Following that meeting, county staff met with Providence Santa Rosa Memorial Hospital, and they agreed to support both an air quality and sound study within 18 months of the effective date of the new contract. Returning on April 19th, the board directed staff to add additional language directing that the hospital shall implement all noise attenuation and air quality improvement measures and recommendations identified and inconsistent with the studies, and to the extent allowable by law to the language. And unfortunately, our hospital was not present during that Board of Supervisors meeting. They had actually already signed and executed the contract on their end, and they didn't anticipate this language change to take place. So I just want to put that out there for awareness to all. And then after that meeting, when we reached back out to the hospital to review the new directed language by our board, they informed us that they would not be able to sign the agreement with the board's revisions. They did express concern that the revised language exposed the hospital to an unacceptable level of legal and financial responsibility for issues beyond the hospital's legal, financial, or technical ability to control or mitigate. So going back to our preliminary presentation, on the next slide, I just wanted to quickly review with the board and the public and everybody watching today the roles and responsibilities of how we get to contract approval in Sonoma County. The EMS agency is responsible for the designation of the trauma center. That is designated under state statute, and we'll see that statute on the next slide. But the Board of Supervisors approves the contract that allows the EMS agency to designate trauma centers. And that's our compliance agreement with the facility that we approve to provide the services. I think we've all learned that Caltrans is responsible for the approval of the helipad that EMS aircraft land on when they deliver patients to the facility. And then, of course, the FAA implements procedures for air navigation and air traffic control measures. So since we were here at the April 19th meeting, Coastal Valley's EMS agency did issue an emergency letter of designation to Providence Santa Rosa Memorial Hospital. That happened on Friday, April 29th, 2022. That was conducted under state statute identified in the next slide, please. There you have it. There was no lapse in designation nor interruption to the level of service or care provided to our patients. With that, work has been ongoing in this effort to bring a contract back that we can all agree on. New language was drafted, reviewed, and approved by the Department of Health Services, Coastal Valley's EMS agency, Providence Santa Rosa Memorial Hospital, and all legal counsels representing each agency. And with that, the new language is up on the screen. I'm sure everybody has had time to put their eyes on it. And staff is returning today after working with the hospital. Legal representation from all parties, and Director Rivera representing Department of Health Services. And we recommend again today approval of this contract going forward to ensure that we continue to provide this important level of service to all critically ill and injured people within Sonoma County and also all of our neighboring counties. With that, I think we're all available for questions.
We'll turn it back over to you, Supervisor Corsi.
Thank you. Supervisors, are there questions for staff at this point? Any online questions, supervisors?
Thank you so much. I do, the neighbors have written, first of all, thank you for the revised language. I really appreciate it. And I do appreciate the sensitivity from the hospital's perspective regarding the previous language. And thank you for being here in the chambers. So let me ask, because there is nervousness among the community members that with the revised language, that it may alleviate the hospital from any responsibility for actually considering some of the mitigation measures. And so I'd like to maybe ask the hospital and Jen and Director Rivera, what does this revised language actually do, and what is the commitment behind it?
And I'd like for council to weigh in on that specifically.
And thank you, Jennifer. I omitted you.
So the added language doesn't roll back completely to the original language that the board approved, but it does qualify the types of mitigation measures so that they would be technically, legally, and economically feasible. And that was an important element that was missing from the prior agreement. The commitment is to do the studies and have that type of mitigation that would be identified by the study. So the studies are still going to do what they're going to do with a little more clarity. And then there would be a process where the proposed mitigations would come back to your board for essentially public vetting. And that through that process, the county and the hospital would agree to the appropriate mitigation depending on the studies. So unlike the prior language, which was automatic, completely open-ended, we had no idea what the mitigations were, how expensive they would be, how extensive they would be, whether they were technically feasible or not. And there would be no public vetting of them, essentially. This creates a public vetting process and a scenario where they would be mutually agreed to. So that's my answer to that question.
Thank you, Council Klein. And that, in fact, was my next question. Will this come back to the board for vetting after completion of the sound and vapor studies so that the board has an opportunity to review the the studies themselves and also the mitigations. My second question may be beyond knowledgeability, but some of the neighbors have expressed concern that the sound and vapor studies contracted for by the hospital are not necessarily arm's length. And they are requesting that the county contract with the individuals and the firms to complete the sound studies. I'm not necessarily in favor of that, but I wanted to hear your response regarding their inquiry for the county to contract for the studies.
As the language is proposed, the county would need to approve the scope of work for the consultant that is hired. So it's not completely within the hospital's control. And that's a level of control that's built into the agreement that the hospital consented to.
Thank you, Councilor Klein. And I would assume with the presence here today or there today, the hospital representatives, that this revised language is agreeable to the hospital. Is that true?
And I will allow one of them to come forward and speak on behalf of the hospitals.
Excuse me. Good morning. It is true, and the contract's already been signed on our end. Language is acceptable as revised.
Great, thank you. And thank you again for being in the council chambers. That completes my questions.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Hopkins, any questions?
No questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay. I have a couple of questions. So once these studies are done, they're brought back, the recommendations are made, and the hospital decides whether they are technically, economically, and financially feasible. Is that correct? It's the hospital's decision there?
I think it's really a mutual decision because we will be mutually agreeing to, after we review the studies and after the public process, what are the best mitigation. So it's a mutually agreed sort of scenario.
So the board will hear those mitigations, recommendations for those mitigations. What options will the board have available to us at that point if there is a dispute, say, between the board and the hospital as to what's feasible?
It's a good question. I think at that point you would be in any dispute resolution under the contract.
Can you describe what that entails?
Do you know? I don't have it in front of me. So.
Yeah, I don't have the.
I mean, worst case scenario, that would mean cancellation of the contract.
And the board has that ability, even if it's an 8-year contract. If we get 2-3 years down the road and there's a dispute, the board has the ability to end the contract at that point.
Yes, I believe both parties are able to end the contract before the 8 years.
Okay. So, Ms. Klein, I think it was you who described maybe it wasn't, but anyway, someone described this as stronger than the language that was first proposed in this contract renewal. It is stronger than the first language. It's not quite as strong as the language that we arrived at on April 19th. Is that correct? Somewhere in between?
Yes, correct. And I would point out importantly that this agreement, in addition to the designation that we're focused on, also serves a very important funding function. And that's been enhanced in the version you see now beyond what you saw last time or the time before. So, and that the commitment that the additional commitment that was made to fund environmental review when the contract is ultimately expired. So I think that's a financial commitment that the hospital has made that I think the neighbors and others interested in environmental impacts will appreciate.
And that's funding beyond the hospital's funding of the noise and air studies.
Correct, because it's in the future, anticipating when the contract is ultimately up after all extensions.
So is it fair to say that both the hospital and the county right now are committing to an environmental impact study before this contract is renewed again.
Right. We don't want to be in an emergency scenario again, that they'll be planning well in advance when the time comes.
All right. Thank you. The emergency letter of designation that was issued on April 29th, how long does that stay in effect?
It's 30 days.
30 days?
Mhm.
Correct.
So we're under another deadline right now of May 29th, is that right?
With the approval of the board of the proposed action, Tina would be authorized to execute the current agreement, and the temporary designation could then lapse. And we would proceed forward under the current agreement, which is retroactive.
Okay. All right. Those are my only questions. Supervisor Abbott.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. And I appreciate, thanks for being here and thanks for the revisions going forward. Obviously, a level 2 trauma center is a community benefit, as we all know, and having the helicopter transfers undoubtedly saves lives and is also a community benefit. I guess my question goes to what I asked last time was, as I understood it, and perhaps the data will show this, a stark increase in transfers by helicopter. What's behind that? And really, in terms of mitigations, I mean, not having the transfers that way is going to truly be the biggest mitigation one could have. I'm just curious if there's less ambulance transfers. Are we coming from a further area? Is there a systemic problem or issue that we need to really address together as a community? If what I remember was a 500-fold increase in transfers over some period of time. I don't think our population has increased that much. I don't think the accident rates have increased that much. And I'm just curious what's causing the disproportionate increase in helicopter transfers as opposed to any other type of transfers, if that's true.
And Jen, do you want to speak to that? And then also speak to the piece with respect to not all of them are trauma.
That's exactly where I was
Thank
going to
you.
go. So we're in front of the board today, bringing you our trauma contract for trauma services available at Santa Rosa Memorial Hospital. We don't just bring trauma patients by air into the hospital. Critically, ill individuals also arrive by EMS aircraft transport. Some pediatric patients may be brought into the hospital for stabilization prior to continuing on to an alternate facility. That is very unlikely because we try to get them to, the most appropriate facility as quickly as possible. I did hear the comment of 500% increase. The data that we've pulled for this contract renewal does not identify that we've had a 500% increase. And unfortunately, I don't have the slides from our first presentation to the board ready, and I don't know if Cinda has time to get them on the screen. But our data suggests by numbers, aircraft transports to Santa Rosa Memorial Hospital, and I apologize that I'm looking at this and I know nobody else can see it.
I mean, it shows.
Yeah, you can.
It shows an oscillation over time,
Mhm.
not a steady, increase like
Increase,
you
right.
might think.
And the EMS agency, one of our responsibilities as the oversight agency for medical services in Sonoma County, we do 100% audit of all aircraft flights into our hospitals to ensure that we are flying appropriate patients to the helipad by air. I am the one that conducts those reviews. We meet with our EMS aircraft committee quarterly, and as a group, we all review the same calls. That committee includes REACH, CalSTAR, otherwise known as GMR, our EMS transport aircraft. And then we also meet with Henry One and CHP, who are our air rescue providers to the county. So we're not just looking at one agency, we're looking at all of the EMS aircraft providers that fly within Sonoma County and land at that helipad.
Anything else, Supervisor?
No, I appreciate that. I would imagine there's always seasonal fluctuations, correct? I mean, is that what the chart was really
Definite-
telling us as well. I
Seasonal.
just want to know if there's systemic increases over the course of time that's disproportionate to either accident rates or population, and understand exactly how that came to be for all flights. I think that personally, I feel that would be something we owe to neighbors of the hospital as well.
Definitely. And I think looking at the data, we can see, I mean, flights, you know, they do fluctuate seasonally, of course. During the winter, we are more inclined to ground transport patients in just because of weather and accessibility of the aircraft. We previously discussed with the board, of course, from 2020 almost until about 6 months ago because of COVID and the majority of our population isolating at home, we did see a significant decrease in flights, which was interesting because it proposed more complaints coming from our neighbors group. But I also think those that typically would leave their house during the day to report to work were working from home. And so they were more sensitive to the aircraft coming in during the day when they weren't typically home previously. So we've really tried to evaluate all of those measures and looking at our data for some consistency. Yes, I think people increase, you know, patient transport to the hospital has increased, but still in regards to trauma flights, less than 5% of overall transports to the hospital are flown in.
And it's been 5% for a period of time. I guess I'm still looking for the trend and I'm not seeing the data, but maybe we can follow up on that.
Yes, we can definitely provide a subsequent report to the board if you would like. And again, all of our data, and we discussed this during our first presentation, is dated from 2018 to present date. And that's because that's when the County of Sonoma and Coastal Valley's EMS agency implemented our electronic data record keeping capabilities. So prior to that, everything was tracked via paper. So this is the most accurate data from 2018 that I can provide to the county and to the board.
I think we have the data that Lucinda was able to pull with respect to all of the aircraft flights.
Thank you, Lucinda.
And one
And
of those
Lucinda,
colors
if you could kind
represent-
of speak to what we're seeing on the screen.
Could you have that emailed to us? It's hard to read from here. The blue is trauma flights and the green is non-trauma, or vice versa. Is that correct?
I can defer to Lucinda as well, but if you look on the slide, the blue is representing 911 response and rescues into the hospital, and the green is representing interfacility transfers. So this is a data pull of all agencies and all call types. So not just including trauma flights into the hospital, but this would also incorporate cardiac patients and other patients with severe illnesses that need treatment.
Okay. Anything else? Just a couple things. Ms. Banks, you mentioned the review of all these flights, whether they're appropriate or not. Do you ever find inappropriate flights?
Yes, at times we do find flights that we question our aircraft providers on, you know, did this meet a flight designation and our policies for flight? It's actually very rare that, you know, the patient isn't suitable for flight into the hospital. And we have a discussion about it. It's a HIPAA protected meeting, of course, because we're talking about our patients and patient treatment information. But I would say maybe 1 or 2 flights a year, we question our aircraft providers if we could have transported that individual by ground to the facility.
And, you know, I'm sure that the patient feels it's appropriate. If you don't feel it's appropriate, what's the consequence? Where do those conversations and questions lead?
I don't think I've ever had an inappropriate flight inquiry. I think all flights generally, we can prove that it was appropriate and it was in the best interest of patient outcome and benefit of care. But we appreciate the discussions from our aircraft providers when we need to have them. And we have a collaborative discussion with not just our EMS aircraft providers, but this trickles to our ground transport providers who determine, you know, at the 911 response ground level, that it's in the best interest of the patient's outcome to be flown to the hospital rather than transported in by ground. And that's when that service is activated during the 911 call.
Thank you. If there are no further questions from the board, I'll go to public. Is there anyone in the chambers who wants to comment on this item? Come on down. Welcome.
I'd like to respectfully ask if it's possible to have longer than 2 minutes, given that there's only a couple of us who could arrive today and the hospital had a very long time to present their
I'll give you
side.
3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Deborah Solomon. I'd like to start by saying that we all know this agenda item was resolved on April 19th. We are here because the hospital refused to sign an agreement which would hold them accountable for the impacts of their actions. We neighbors have only seen small pieces of the proposed contract revisions, the pieces that Jen has chosen to send to the email list several days ago, even though these revisions were made several weeks ago. I want to point out that in this discussion about the 500% increase, neighbors have been tracking the papers that were given at neighborhood meetings with the hospital. It's ridiculous to say that there is no data before 2018 and to say that an increase has not occurred because from 2018 to 2021, they can't prove it. I want to say that in the contract excerpts that we've seen, there is no accountability. They have reduced the scope of the studies to be recommendations based on what the hospital finds financially reasonable. This study is being curtailed before it even begins. The contract as written has no oversight. There's nobody outside of the hospital who's going to say, you must do this. I know they say they're coming back to the board, but I have to say, we were at the board on April 19th. You guys voted unanimously on a contract. Then in the back rooms, they turned around and overrode it. So for us to count on a process that's not being written in the contract is mandatory, is asking us to take a leap of faith that they have not shown us they deserve. There's no required mitigation in this contract. There's no improved communication. In fact, since we started these conversations, our liaison to the hospital has ended. We have no one responding to emails from us. We've asked for flight data that doesn't come. To ask us to keep trusting for things that aren't in writing is not appropriate. You can make a difference at this 11th hour. You can require that these studies be full studies, not limited scope studies based on what's financially reasonable. Let's see what the truth is. And then let's come back to the board and determine what's financially possible, what's reasonable, but it shouldn't be decided by the hospital. It needs to be decided by some overseeing body who is impartial, who will be holding the needs of the community in account, not just the hospitals. I would like to see the wording be mandated that this study is commissioned by the Board of Supervisors or some other impartial body. The hospital can't be the ones choosing who will study, what they will look for, and what's financially reasonable. They have a conflict of interest here, and they've shown us that they are not taking the neighbors' interests into account. I'd like to ask for a 2-year, not an 8-year extension, whereby they can prove that they are showing up in a way that warrants their trust. So 2 years, they come back with the studies, then they get another 2 years to do the mitigation, and then they get their full contract if they have followed through. But what they keep doing here is playing a game of just trust us, give us an 8-year contract. They whittle down the time, they don't do what they're being asked to do, and then we're supposed to trust again. So please, this is the time when you can stand up and not allow them to make a mockery of this entire process. Let's make it a democratic process. Let's make it one that's overseen. The hospital claims repeatedly that there can be no delay, that we need, that doctors will leave, that trauma
Ms. Solomon.
services will end.
Okay.
Oh, my time is still showing that I had time. Okay.
Which is right, because I'm,
Mine says 1 minute and 1 second left. Do I still have time or not?
I'm sorry, I'm reading the lights.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the chambers? Anyone online, Marcy?
Thank you. For the public members, if anyone would like to comment, if you can please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9. Thank you, Vice Chair Corsi. There are no hands.
Thank you, Marcy. Any further comments or questions from members of the board? Supervisor Gorin?
Thank you. You called on me even before I raised my hand.
I
Thank
thought
you so
you
much.
might have something to say.
Thank you so much. And I really do appreciate all of the neighbors' emails, which we have forwarded to the full board, or they were addressed to the full board. And want to thank Matt Mullen for transferring the email after email after email as part of the administrative record regarding this issue. It saddens me. I have great respect for Memorial Hospital. They've been incredibly, such a strong asset for Sonoma County and Santa Rosa. And to have this breakdown in confidence and trust in our hospital distresses me. And so I guess I would ask the hospital or the county, if neighbors send an email to the hospital, is there a reason why those emails are not responded to it with at least, thank you, we've received your email, information on the website or something? What is our expectation of an incredible asset to the community? I would assume that they want to be responsive to the neighbors in the county, and yet I'm not hearing that is happening yet. So I guess that's my question. What should our expectations be? And maybe Ernesto, as part of the public affairs, can talk about how the hospital will respond to the neighbors in the future.
Mr. Byrne.
Obviously not Ernesto, but I really don't want to get into a point counterpoint, but I think there's some basic facts of the situation. We did in fact respond to Matt Mullen's email, and I'm more than happy to share that response. The liaison was not pulled from the process. The liaison to the community neighbors has another role that is his primary responsibility, and that role involved an expansion of that responsibility and required him to step back. All this has occurred in the last several days. That liaison position will be replaced. In fact, there's already discussion on who is that proper person to be a continuing liaison with the neighbor group. I would urge the neighbors to look at the actual terms of the contract. This is not our contract. This is a contract that was presented by the county, by the Board of Supervisors. We responded to what was in front of us. We provided replies. We've acted in good faith. We've done so publicly. We haven't been in a back room anywhere. We have an obligation. I think our track record speaks for itself over decades. And it will continue to be an obligation of service to this community, which includes the entire community and those that surround the hospital. That'd be how I'd respond, Supervisor.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. I appreciate that. And I also appreciate the seriousness and expediency that you're putting into replacing the liaison. I hope that when that liaison position is appointed, you'll let the neighbors know and the board know who the contact person would be. And I would hope that that liaison responsibility would then respond to the neighbors' emails and perhaps phone calls. My interest, I hope all of our interest, is to reestablish the trust and the relationship between the hospital, the county, and the neighbors. So I look forward to that.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Anything else, Supervisor?
No, thank you.
Supervisor Hopkins?
No questions or comments.
Thank you. Come on up.
So sorry I was late.
Pull that microphone down a little closer to you.
Is that good? And I'm going to apologize ahead of time since I didn't hear what my fellow neighbors had to say, but what I'm going to say is just coming from me. My first thing was the question of why was Providence not at the April 19th meeting? And it now really does look suspicious given they're negotiating a different emergency contract with the EMS, and it was behind closed doors. None of us were involved. The whole process that we are doing as a community here was, taxpayers' money. You all sitting here, volunteers' time. It was rude and disrespectful to all of us, I feel. And I therefore request that as Matt Mullen, the neighbor, had asked in his letter, that we look at a 60-day extension to get this contract nailed down so that there are elements in there that will give us some assurance moving forward, that some things will be mitigated. I also request that given these tactics by the hospital, that the contract is for 2 years. I was looking at a compromise last time of 4 and 8, but now I'm going back to 2 and 10. It makes perfect sense. We have the 2 years for the testing, and then we will know what the mitigation measures are being suggested at the end of those tests. We could then come back to the board, hospital, everyone, and get a list of those mitigation efforts that can be accomplished by the hospital. I don't think any of us think this, there's an endless budget here. We know that, but some measures may be able to be mitigated. Excuse me. So I'm looking at a 2 and 10 contract. I think that's really very reasonable here. No doctors are going to be leaving. We just had this emergency, thing that EMS and the hospital set up. So I think it's completely possible to do that. And I think this complete lack of trust now really begs for some oversight in the testing process, because the hospital's going to hire the testing companies. Who's going to monitor what the hospital instructs those companies to do? And it just feels like there needs to be some monitoring of that. And I don't know what that is. I understand from Susan answering one of the neighbors that it can't be the county requesting the testing. Is that correct? Is that my understanding?
We'll get those answers after you're done.
Okay. Well, was my time up? Okay. All right, thank you.
Could you give us your name, please?
Pardon?
Would you give us your name, please?
Sorry, it's Christina Sunderlage, and I'm on Talbot Avenue. I just have one little housekeeping thing, if I could.
Very quickly.
And just to say that the neighbors are looking at being helpful in this process, moving forward with the quarterly meetings. I've contacted the city, and we will get that mailing list, that snail mail list from the city.
Thank you.
That could go directly to the hospital. And they're going to appoint a planning commissioner, which went back to the initial resolution, to come back to our meetings. So that will help. It won't be the liaison.
Thank
It'll
you,
be an
ma'am.
observer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bring it back to the board here. First of all, I don't want to assume that there's any bad faith on anybody's part here. But this process has not been perfect. It was unfortunate that representatives of the hospital were not here on April 19th. I think we probably wouldn't be here today if that had been the case. But there are some outstanding questions that I think that members of the public have asked. And I want to point out that we've only had 2 people from the public speak at this morning's meeting, but the neighbors have spoken very loudly over the past week to me. This has not improved relationships. It has not improved trust. As Supervisor Gorin said, there's been a breakdown in whatever trust was left. Couple of questions for staff. It's been suggested that the studies called for in this contract are constrained. The studies themselves are constrained by the language that talks about the feasibility, economic, and otherwise. Are the studies constrained by that language?
I think it would be helpful to put that language up on the screen, maybe while we're talking, so that we can all see exactly what it says. The studies are to be conducted in conformance with generally accepted practices among air quality professionals and noise professionals, something that we would expect from any professional providing such a study in any other context. The reference to economically, technically, and legally feasible refers to the mitigations that come out of the studies. So the studies themselves are not compromised in any way from the normal professional standards.
Okay. Mitigations may be constrained by feasibility. Studies are not.
Correct. That's the limitation that the agreement lays out. But again, any mitigation is subject to agreement and negotiation and a public vetting process. So the debate over what is or isn't in those categories can be held in a robust way.
Okay. I'm sorry to pick at these details, but unfortunately, this contract was not publicly available in its total until today for me.
We have it up on the screen now. If Adam, if you want to, or Lucinda, if you're scrolling down to page 5.
Page 5, yeah, 5.
Bottom of page 5.
Bottom
Yes.
of page 5, we included the red line. I don't know why this link isn't working.
I want to make sure that this is available on.
Do you want me just to
I have
read
it on
this?
Legistar and it's not there with the
Yeah,
items.
it's in the system, but for some reason the link is not working.
Yeah, through the chair, I've been emailing Marcy. Apparently you can access it if you go to the left-hand side of Legistar. You just can't access it through the traditional hyperlink on the agenda, but the materials are there.
So they are publicly accessible.
Yes, you just have to go on to the left-hand side of
Oh.
Legistar instead.
The left-hand side of Legistar. Okay, that's good to know.
It's a mystery to me, so I expect it's a mystery to most members of the public.
If you'd like me to read this out loud, I can, but it is on the screen.
Would you please?
So I'll read the paragraph in whole to see the exact changes. You'd have to see the red line, but it's consistent with section 33.7. This agreement may be amended to incorporate noise attenuation and air quality improvement measures and recommendations. The parties agree that the studies should explore measures and recommendations that are legally, financially, and technically feasible for the parties to implement. The parties agree to provide an opportunity for interested community members to provide comments on any proposed amendments developed to address findings and recommendations of the sound and air quality studies required under this agreement, specifically within 120 days of the county's receipt of the final studies required under Section 5. The parties will report to the Board of Supervisors at a noticed public meeting on the studies and any proposed noise attenuation and air quality improvement measures and recommendations, at which meeting the public will have an opportunity to provide comment on the studies and proposed measures and recommendations. Notwithstanding this paragraph, the EMS agency may in writing extend the 18-month time frame provided under Section 5 for the delivery of studies by up to 6 months for good cause shown. So that is one of the paragraphs that has been modified And the other relates to the term section where we've added a sentence at the end that, well, actually, first the paragraph was made. Oh, sorry, scroll to section 3, please.
What page is that?
3.
Page 3?
Page 3, paragraph 3. Paragraph 3 starts on page 2 and goes to page 3.
Okay.
This paragraph was simply modified to make it both parties having the right to extend the agreement, since it's we would have to mutually agree. And it included a provision at the end that the party's approval of any extension of the agreement will comply with all applicable laws and all reasonable costs associated with the compliance. With such compliance will be borne by the hospital.
All right. Ms. Klein, section 5 on page 5, the sound and air quality studies that are described in subparagraphs B and C, those are the same as what was in the April 19th revision?
Correct.
Those have not changed.
No.
Thank you. There was a question about the county being able to be the contractor for these air and noise studies. Is that potentially possible?
I think at this point, the agreement has had a meeting of the minds from the point of view of the hospital. So any changes would need the consent of the hospital. So I think that's a question for the hospital.
Was that discussed over the past few weeks?
No, that issue did not come up.
All right. I'd like to, we've been accused of doing things behind closed doors. So I'm going to ask the hospital that question. Would you have any problem with the county being the contractor on these studies? At your expense, I should add.
No, sir.
All right.
We committed to the studies. We committed to the payment for the studies. We did so in good faith. We will continue to do so. The county, in their decision-making process, chooses to engage the contractor. As long as we can collectively agree on the statement of work as to what they will be doing and the boundaries of that, we would agree to that.
Thank you.
Certainly.
There's also been a question about shortening the initial term of this contract to, I assume, because to coincide with the conduct and the receipt of these studies. Is that a possibility? Has that been discussed?
Yeah, it's come up in our previous board discussions around this item. It's not a recommendation of our department. I think there are timelines expressed in this contract around these studies, which would provide parameters for these studies to be conducted, as well as those studies to come back to this board, as well as mitigation. So I think there is protections around when the studies are conducted, as well as mitigation. And council can weigh in further around that if you so choose, with respect to the timeline. Jen, did you want to lean in on that?
I think I just have a comment that I'd like to make. And I'm worried that our trauma services agreement is being clouded by aircraft noise conversations. We definitely understand and we hear the concerns expressed by the neighbors group. And we have all demonstrated our commitment to conduct the studies that they've requested. And the hospital has supported us all through that process. Flights will still continue in and out of Santa Rosa Memorial Hospital with or without a contract. Without a contract, the county just loses our ability to provide oversight and compliance to all of our incoming and outbound flights from the hospital. Whether they're trauma patients, whether they're medically ill patients, the contract for us is our compliance point for oversight of trauma services. And I just don't want us to forget that this is about providing, rapid intervention to very injured patients that come into this hospital. We understand that aircraft is the fastest route of transport for those patients to arrive at our hospital doors. And we're committed to conducting the studies with the neighbors. And I'm disheartened to hear that they feel like we've had conversations behind closed doors. I think we've tried to be as transparent as possible as staff representing this contract coming forward today. I know the county doesn't typically work with the public in contract language. That's been vetted through our legal counsel team. So I look forward to ongoing discussions and work with the neighbors group once we put this, in a place where we can all be happy with the outcome.
Thank you for those comments. I rarely find that we're all happy with the outcome when we do these kind of things, but I also look forward to a time when relations between the hospital and the neighbors in the county can be improved, because they're not in a great place right now. I do want to acknowledge again, as I think all of my colleagues have acknowledged, the critical nature of the services provided by this hospital and the need for these services. It puts us in a situation where we don't have a lot of options. We need this hospital to be there, these services to be available. So I think what you're seeing is, trying to navigate all those needs with a sensitivity to neighborhood that is impacted by this. And I appreciate all the work that's gone into this and is continuing to go into it. At this point, if there are no other questions from the board, I'll look for a motion, but first, Ms. Klein has something.
Right, I just want to, amending or modifying an agreement on the fly, which is essentially what just happened here. I want to make sure that we really understand think through how to do this. And I would propose to add a sentence to paragraph 5D that says the hospital shall not retain any professional to conduct such studies under paragraph 5 without first seeking the approval of the Director of Health Services or designee. That essentially gives the county, we have to approve not only the consultant, but also the scope of work with that change. That wouldn't mean the county directly hiring the consultant, but if that is the desire, then we'd have to kind of go back and rework this agreement because it's completely structured in a different way. So if that change is acceptable, it's a subdivision B, not D.
Let's see where we are here. Did you have a question?
After hearing the comment regarding this is going to occur, whether we are part of it or not, I'm wondering, can you explain what benefit we have by entering into the compliance contract that we're talking about? And I'll just make note that, I'm all for better relationships with the hospital and the neighbors and the county. I don't have a problem with doing a sound study and an air quality study, but it seems like at the bottom line is that any mitigation is essentially voluntary, unless we want to suspend the contract with a 180-day notice. And so, it's great that we're doing these studies. Whatever they tell us, are we going to do anything with it? I keep going back to the number of overall flights and thinking that's the biggest mitigating factor that one could have. But can you explain the benefit of having this compliance if it's going to happen anyway?
And Jen, if you would mind repeating what you said.
Absolutely. Number one, it's so we can provide oversight to the provision of services and to the scope of work that is identified in the contract. Most importantly, for a budget perspective, it is our ability to recuperate the cost of providing all oversight services. Without that, the EMS agency under state statute will still be providing oversight of our trauma center per our designation of that center, but we will lose all ability to recuperate any cost affiliated with those services.
Right. I would add, in most counties, this is a very quick item. It's a funding agreement and people move on. but there's something else going on here that we're trying to address to the best of our abilities.
Another benefit of this agreement is the sound studies and pollution studies are not addressed in the EMS Act or regulations. They're required pursuant to this agreement. So another benefit of entering into this agreement is that we can compel the hospital to do the studies and pay for them.
And then I would finally add that not only are they going to conduct these sound and noise studies now or within the first 18 months or so, but then, as we execute this contract for 8 years, we will have a process whereby within the first 5 years, we can plan a full EIR study. And of course, it will be on the onus of the hospital to pay for that and conduct that CEQA study. So I just wanted to remind us all of that there will be, and also, allow the neighbors to know that a full EIR will be conducted. And so we will have a complete set of information with respect to what's been happening with the flights, et cetera. So I think that it's to the benefit of us all to enter into this complete contract.
Thank you. Supervisor Gorin?
Unmuted. Thank you so much. I appreciate the deliberation of my colleagues. This is difficult. We're trying to thread this needle of establishing a level of trust about the studies and the mitigations moving forward. Thank you to the hospital for sending your representative, Mr. Burns and Mr. Oliveros. Appreciate you being here. And thank you, Vice Chair Corsi, for at least suggesting a way to reinforce the trust by having additional county purview, perhaps, for the studies. If that's what it will take, I will support the county taking the action. The language suggested by Councilor Klein is good, but it introduces the concept of the board having oversight of this. But if in fact it would help with this, then maybe the county should hire the consultants as well as provide the scope of work to the consultants, and then move on with the studies, and then come back and work with the hospital and the neighbors to figure out what the results of the studies and the mitigations recommended by the studies. So I'm amenable to the modified language suggested by Councilor Klein, but we may want to take a step further. And I am very aware, Jen Banks, thank you so much, of the critical nature of a level 2 trauma center is for Sonoma County and Santa Rosa. So I know that this issue is about patient care, establishing and treating trauma, but it also is trying to understand and mitigate some of the impacts that were established that are being felt by the neighbors around the hospital. So I'm amenable to both ways of moving forward, but I think it's time for us to say, this is done, we're fine, and let's move on one way or another.
Supervisor Gorin, do you want to make one of those ways a motion?
All right, I will move that the county hires the sound and vapor experts with a scope of work to be established in conjunction with the hospital, and to be reimbursed by the hospital for those sound studies, and then brought the results back to the board.
And can I ask staff before I ask for a second, is that feasible within the time frame that we've got in front of us?
It will be challenging, and we may need staff to oversee this contract if we're going to hire the contractor to do this. So I think that's a consideration. It's fine to say, but if we're going to be responsible for hiring a contractor, then we're also it's going to be on us to oversee this contract. And so that means pulling staff away from their essential duties to do it. So that means either bringing in some staff or some additional consultants to oversee the work. So that's a consideration.
I'm not sure if I heard in that answer, and I appreciate that answer, Ms. Rivera, but is it feasible within the time frame? We've got until May 29th now. I assume that can be extended. Is my assumption incorrect?
It's maybe just a procedural question. Would the direction be sort of approve giving the director the authority to sign the agreement so that we wouldn't come back with the exact language to reflect those desires in the agreement, assuming the hospital is agreeable to them? Or do you want us to come back with another revised agreement to reflect the county being charged with and responsible for, under this agreement, hiring the consultant, establishing the scope, and seeking reimbursement from the hospital?
And I'm comfortable with the director signing the revised contract. I know time is of the essence.
So the revisions would not come back to the board. So you wouldn't see exactly how staff puts that together.
Do you want to weigh in, County Administrator?
Yes. So I do agree, if we're going to go down this path, that there's delegated authority to the director to sign it, so we don't have to come back for another board meeting. But to Director Rivera's other point, having us, the county, take on this role is a workload issue. And so I'd want the board to be aware of that and understand that and make sure this is an important enough difference that we're going to impose that workload prioritization on the department.
Right. My suggested language gives the county the power to approve the consultant. So we approve the scope, we approve the consultant that is hired. So we have that as the language I proposed, that the hospital, I would want them to agree to that as well. But that's a little bit different than the county taking it all on, right? This is more of an strengthening our oversight through that language versus taking it all on.
I said in my original comments that I would be supportive of either approach. So I offered a motion. There hasn't been a second yet, and we still could consider that other approach.
Is there a second for Supervisor Goran's motion? If I don't hear another second for that, I will second it. And with that, Supervisor Goran, would you repeat the motion, please?
If I can, let me see. What did I say? I move that the county assumes the responsibility of hiring the consultant, developing the scope of work with the hospital, reviewing the sound studies and vapor studies, and bring the results of those studies and mitigation back to the board for review within the time frame established.
And that would include approving the agreement as amended.
And thank you. And delegating authority to sign the revised agreement by Director Rivera, or to Director Rivera.
Supervisor Abbott?
But that's contrary to what I thought I heard the county administrator and the director say. I mean, I would offer a friendly amendment that, quite honestly, let's be honest, even if you do it a full EIR, there's going to be statement of overriding considerations on this one, no matter what. There's going to be statements of, the same thing will take place with, we're going to come up with a noise study and a vapor study, which is going to sit on a shelf. And if we can have a few of those mitigating measures enacted, that's a victory. But not all of them are going to be enacted because the flights are going to continue day in and day out, because that's the priority for life safety and whatnot. So I think we need to kind of step back and really talk about the expectations. Let's not put more burden on staff. Let's let the hospital present the 2 studies. We can sign off on it and let it go off on that, return it back, and then we'll figure out what we do from there. Because I think that we're just making this more complicated than need be. There will be overriding considerations no matter what. And that even on a noise and a vapor study or pollution study, whatever we're calling it. I don't see how, unless you go to the root of the problem, which is to, in my opinion, lower the overall number of transfers by helicopter, making sure that they're only those that are required. And if the data shows beyond 18, that would be worth investigating. And I think that's the only choice that we have.
Supervisor Hopkins.
Thank you. And while I fully support the intent of Supervisor Gorin's motion, I agree with Supervisor Rabbit that I'm not sure that kind of shifting the burden of work to staff is necessarily appropriate. And I couldn't support something that would necessitate that amount of staff time without having an actual clearly, how much staff work is this going to take? And, how much is it going to cost? Because I feel like this is actually turning now into a budget conversation, which would require a 4/5 approval. And I don't want to just sort of give work and support giving work without actually having the price tag for that. So I really appreciated the CAO Bratton's, remarks, and also the suggestion of council, which to me would still give us the oversight role without us having to sort of shoulder the burden of the work. And I also just want to echo what I believe Supervisor Gorin started with, which was, this conversation around the breakdown of trust. And so I would really like to achieve sort of, hopefully, reigniting that trust between the hospital and the neighbors by having some enhanced oversight, and also by having a mandated public process, which I feel like could be achieved even without the county actually being the one to, develop the RFP and actually hire the contractor. So I would rather see that responsibility fall on the provider, with the county actually having the oversight role of saying yes or no, or suggesting amendments, which I think would be a reduced burden on staff work and staff time.
Supervisor Gorin.
I appreciate the comments of my fellow board members, and I am also concerned about the time that staff might have to devote to this and not other functions. I also can count the votes in the absence of our chair, James Gore. It looks to me like it might be a 2-2 vote. So that being the case, I do not want to delay this discussion, and instead, with the assent of the seconder, I withdraw the motion and instead move that we approve the revised language of Councillor Klein to give the county a bit more discretion and oversight of the processes moving forward.
I would second that.
Thank you,
Whoever's
Supervisor.
first.
Before we take a vote, Ms. Klein, would you please read your revision one more time?
Correct. So to paragraph B or 5B, is that correct, Adam? At the end of that paragraph, we would add, hospital shall not retain any professional to conduct studies under paragraph 5 without first seeking and obtaining the approval of the Director of Health Services or designee, period. In writing.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Supervisor Hopkins, do you have another question?
I do. I just wanted to, and I don't know that it needs to be a formal part of the motion, but I would certainly ask for direction to be given to staff that the Director of Health Services consults directly with Supervisor Gorin on this, so that there can be an ongoing dialogue between the district supervisor and the neighbors, and kind of just be able to facilitate that conversation, because I'm really sensitive to the concerns around closed door meetings and lack of transparency at this point, and I want to make sure that there is an entry point for sort of neighborhood concerns to be funneled to the DHS director, and I think that having Supervisor Gorin as a liaison would be appropriate.
Thank you, Supervisor Hopkins. Supervisor Corsi, or Vice Chair Corsi, has also been integral in this conversation, and we have consulted with Director Rivera previously. So I would encourage the Director of Health Services to liaise with myself and Supervisor Vice Chair Corsi. I also want to affirm to the neighbors that what we discussed at our last meeting was developing an MOU regarding communication process and protocols with the hospital and the county that would hopefully establish a certain level of trust and expectation from the neighbors on the process moving forward. Is that still in process?
Yes, it is, Supervisor Corn.
And so when that is, oops, sorry, internet phone that interrupts my my Zoom. So when that MOU is established or drafted, could you consult with me and Supervisor Vice Chair Corsi, and then we could release that to the neighbors and put that on the website?
Absolutely.
Great. I'm satisfied then and ready to move forward.
Thank you. Marcy, would you take a roll call vote on this item to approve the agreement with the revised, with the revisions suggested by Councillor Klein?
Certainly. Supervisor Gorn,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Hopkins.
Yes.
Thank you. That passes 4-0. Thank you all again for your work. Moving on to item number 27, the Bohemian Highway Bridge Replacement Draft Environmental Impact Report. Mr. Mack, we're ready.
This is a project that's had a long history, but we feel like we've got to a really good point at it. And so today we're here to present the draft EIR and accept public comment on it, which is a key process in the CEQA process. And as soon as the presentation's up, I will start. Okay, thank you. With me, I wanted to acknowledge also my staff who've been working on this, Jackson Ford, who has been managing the EIR, as well as Deborah Waller, Rich Stabler, Robert Aguero, who all contributed chapters, and also Chris Suppler, who has retired but also contributed. And then with me today is Samuel Baumgartner-Kranz, who's the senior project engineer and managing this project, and also Janice Thompson, the deputy director at TPW.
Welcome to you all.
Not present is the consulting team, which has been very important to this project also. So the project is basically to remove an existing bridge on the Russian River in Monte Rio at the Bohemian Highway and construct a new bridge on an alternate alignment. The existing bridge was constructed in 1934 and was also been designated a local county landmark in 2003. And it sort of goes without saying that this is a critical connection in our county transportation system. And today's public hearing is to take comment on the draft EIR for the project. For those that are not familiar, the project's located in the lower Russian River in the town of Monte Rio. The purpose of the project is several, but the primary purpose that initiated was seismic performance. So the bridge has been determined to be seismically deficient, and that's the main reason for the replacement and the removal of the existing grids. Some other issues that have been There are pier scours, so you can see the piers of the existing bridge are in the main channel of the Russian, and there's considerable scour on them. The bridge geometry is not up to current standards in terms of road width, bicycle access, and pedestrian access. And also the current bridge can tend to overtop in flood events. You can see the preferred alignment is just a little downstream of the existing alignment, with the arrival point from Highway 116 being in approximately the same place, with the terminus being at Main Street instead of where the current bridge ends. And I will note that actually the new bridge actually goes over the piers of the bridge that existed before 1934. So it appears that we're moving bridges back and forth as we replace them every 100 years or so. The bridge that we're proposing is a steel-tied arch, which will have the advantage of free spanning the main channel of the Russian River and only have piers away from the main channel, which will improve the overall hydraulics, as well as even just safety if you were kayaking or in a boat below the bridge. The bridge geometry will be very much improved with 2 outboard pedestrian / class 1 bikeway, then a class 2 bikeway on either side of the vehicle line, and then obviously 2 lanes of vehicle traffic, which are the same as the existing bridge. And all of this will meet current standards, has been vetted with regional parks and the other in the community. This bridge actually had a very extensive community engagement process that was voluntary on the part of the county. So there was a set of 4 meetings where the alignment was discussed, the road and bike configurations were discussed, the type of structure, as well as the structure aesthetic, and all of the suggestions and the majority opinions on these things were incorporated into the design process. The bridge has also been to Landmarks Commission, who concurred in the project, the removal of the existing bridge, which is a county landmark, as well as the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. On the secret report, why was an EIR needed for this project? Well, really just for one reason. In the secret guidelines, it states that if you're having a substantial adverse effect on a local historical landmark, you have to do an EIR, period. And since this bridge is a local landmark, we had to do an EIR. I will say that, but for that, we would have done a mitigative negative declaration here, which is typical for most of our bridge projects, because all of the impacts are mitigatable. But because we're removing the existing landmark bridge, the EIR was mandated. We had a scoping meeting just about a year ago this time. We had a modest number of comments, all of which have either been considered or addressed, including concerns over the impacts, the temporary construction impacts to the local park district, the bike path configurations, how traffic will be routed, and various impacts to Dutchville Creek or Salmonids in the river. As you know, the secret analysis has about over 20 items. The ones that are highlighted here were identified as the main issues that were addressed, although all items were addressed. In particular, attention was paid to the biological resources, cultural and tribal resources, hydrology, and public services and recreation. We have focused heavily, this is a 3-year construction project, so we focused heavily and have engaged in extensive discussions, both as part of the CEQA process as well as the federal NEPA process, which is going on in parallel to this, to minimize the impacts of those impacts as best that we can. And we're happy to report that we have a project that basically keeps all of the recreational amenities open throughout the whole period, although certain parking areas and other spots will have restricted access, especially during the summer construction season. But the boat ramp, the community center, parking, the main beach with its concessions will all remain open throughout the 3-year period of the project. And then we'll end up leaving it better than we found it by upgrading and repaving the boat ramp and the parking lot that's there. And then the existing bridge abutments are going to be left in place and can become new overlook or interpretation spots. The current schedule So we released started the public comment period on the draft EIR on April 4th. We're here today, May 17th, to take public comment and to hear your comment. The public comment period ends tomorrow on the EIR. In August, we'll be returning to you for 2 meetings, one to take a straw vote on the final EIR and then one to take a final vote. And then that will set us up to meet our schedule with the California Transportation Commission to start right of way by January of next year, which is a key date on our project delivery agreement. And then the goal for construction somewhere between 2024 and 2026. And comments can still be submitted to Jackson Ford on my staff, and this is also available on the webpage. And that's my presentation for today. And I guess to close, we're really excited about this bridge. We think it's going to be a beautiful amenity for the community for the next 75 years at least. And we're excited to finally get this project to this point. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Beck. See if there's any questions from the board. I'll start with Supervisor Hopkins.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate all of the staff work that has gone into this and have been a part of this process from the very beginning, which involved being yelled at by CTC for the county's failure to deliver this project, which I suppose the funds were first awarded decades ago. But I do have some concerns regarding the sort of entry on the north side of the bridge and as it pertains to the Monterey Triangle. I'm just kind of wondering why that wasn't taken into consideration when we were looking at the project design, because it is within sort of the scope of the ingress egress for the bridge when it comes to vehicular as well as bicyclist and pedestrian traffic.
Maybe we could see that slide, that overhead map slide, while you're answering that question.
Yeah, Supervisor Hopkins, thanks for asking that question. The way this project was originally scoped was strictly to look at the bridge. And as the bridge has been designed right now, that area falls outside of the impact zone of the bridge replacement project. So there wasn't a lot of reason for us to look at that particular area. If the supervisor's interested in the county taking on that as a project, she can reach out to my supervisors, Janice and Johannes, to initiate that project, and we can look at that separately from the bridge. But federal funding and the way we scoped this with the federal funding oversight people did not include that particular area.
But my sort of question is, when I asked this question months ago, I was told that it only included the number of yards that I was given. Number of yards from sort of the endpoint of the bridge, but the triangle is actually within that area. So I just don't understand why that would have to be treated separately. It sounded like it was sort of more of a matter of expedience rather than actual strings being attached to the funding. And for my colleagues, the triangle is right at the end of that sort of thick purple highlighter line right there. So it really is sort of where the bridge lands. And there's going to be sort of grading done kind of all, up to sort of lead up to that area. So it is really kind of part and parcel of the bridge alignment. And it's right now just sort of a very awkward intersection for bikes and pedestrians and vehicles alike, where people get really confused by having a sort of triangle instead of a standard intersection with 116.
Yeah, and I understand where you're coming from with that. This graphic is a little bit misleading. It's showing this is a very early draft of the graphic, and we found that the extent required for the bridge is less than what's being shown there. When we scoped this with Caltrans, I think back in, I don't want to name a date, it's several years ago, we didn't feel the need to widen the roadway within that area. The federal regulation includes up to 400 feet from either end of the bridge will be included in federal participation, but that's with the caveat that that they will only participate with the minimum required to meet grade with the existing roadway. And we're finding that we're meeting grade very quickly, and that improvements beyond what will be participated were not planned in this project because we did not want to commit county funds beyond what was necessary for the replacement of the bridge.
Good morning, Janice Thompson, Deputy Director of Engineering and Maintenance at Transportation and Public Works. And I just wanted to add, Supervisor, that we are aware of your interest to improve this intersection, and we're happy to do that. And as you mentioned, our partners at the California Transportation Commission are watching this project closely. We have an agreement to deliver this at a certain date. And if we were to include this area in the EIR, we would see a delay of this project. But that being said, we're going to move forward with both projects to deliver these improvements for the community of Montreal. Thank you.
But my understanding is that we don't have any funding available to actually make the intersection with, and I would assume that CTC actually has an interest in a bridge that they're funding, sort of meeting up with one of their highways, right, 116, kind of in a way that is safe for pedestrians and cyclists as well as vehicles. So my concern is just that there's no funding available to improve that intersection outside of viewing it as part of the bridge project, which it seems like it has the potential to be eligible for since it is within 400 feet of the terminus of the bridge. So is there another source of funding for the intersection improvements?
So we haven't identified a funding source for the intersection improvements at this time, Supervisor, but the work required for the new bridge does land before this intersection with 116.
Right, but I guess I'm not clear because it is within 400 feet of the terminus of the bridge, correct?
Some portion of it may be, but that would be measured linearly along the length of the road, and it only includes the roadway. So they don't want to see the funding from the highway bridge program to be siphoned away to do improvements outside of bridge improvements. And Caltrans is very aware of county desires to do the best that they can for the community, and they watch us very closely, and they will, isolate those scopes of work and require that the county pay for those scopes of work outside of the highway bridge funding. And so it can add complications to the project and confusion in the funding. And we tend to avoid that when we plan these projects. And while we recognize that it would be desirable to make improvements from the intersection of Bohemian Highway and 116, we did not include those improvements as this project because we are trying to make best use of the highway bridge funds and not commit county funds to improvements that were not participating within that federal box that they draw us into.
Right, but my concern is just how do you get cyclists and pedestrians safely onto the bridge, which I don't really see a way of doing that without addressing the intersection with 116. So we have no plans. We have a sort of class 1, divided lane for cyclists and pedestrians on the bridge, but we have no way to get them on or off the bridge.
That is correct. So the class 1 bikeway is included in the bridge because it is included in the bicycle and pedestrian plan that the county adopted some time ago. And we coordinated with the Parks Department and the people on the Bicycle and Pedestrian Commission to make sure that that support is available when they are able to complete their projects that they have planned to improve pedestrian bicycle access. So when we plan a bridge project, we are not allowed to extend the project to provide additional support, but we do want to make sure that future projects that are in the planning phase are not, thwarted by a bridge project because it's undersized or not providing the function that is planned for, because a bridge is an expensive and long-lasting thing. So we are providing a class 1 support for the event that the class 1 bikeway does get built in the future, but we are not we are not scoped in this federal project to provide any additional support beyond what is required on the bridge.
Right. Well, I just want to sort of state for the record that I do have concerns that this was not part of the original scope, because it seemed to me that it could have been, but that really sort of more of the challenge was trying to get this done by some perceived or actual deadline from CTC in terms of timing. Because it does seem like there is flexibility to at least ensure that there's adequate ingress and egress onto the bridge for cyclists and pedestrians. And we don't have that right now in the project as it's drafted. So, you know, I guess my last question would be, how can we find money to make this work? Because right now this doesn't work, and it doesn't really make sense to have a class 1 bike, you know, way across a bridge without having any safe way for cyclists and pedestrians to actually get onto the bridge.
So the bridge will connect with the existing facilities in a safe way. I mean, the limited sidewalks that are in the area we are connecting up with them, and we are providing crosswalk signage, striping as required to make sure that there's, you know, as safe as we possibly can. But the scope provided by the funding is extremely limited, and it's really about structural improvements to the bridge. And everything else beyond that, they're unlikely to fund. And when the county adopted this scope of work, you know, and began investigating this way back in the 90s, that was always the intent. And we are making sure that we can support future projects and connectivity, but it is difficult to make the argument to our funding partners that we need to create bikeways where no bikeways exist. There is not a bike lane on Highway 116. There's not bike lanes in any of the roads that we're connecting to. All we have are plans for those. And so all we are permitted to do in the funding constraints is make sure that those plans are not interrupted by this project.
Well, I would have been happy to make, you know, those arguments to the funders. And I believe that we have both state and federal partners who have a keen interest in ensuring the safety of bicyclists and pedestrians. So, you know, I think it's a shame that the conversation wasn't had, and I hope that there's some way of finding funding, but I don't know where else outside of this project there's funding to fix that problem that really is ultimately about how to get people safely onto the bridge.
Yeah, and we definitely agree with you on that. And I would like to keep this focused on the EIR, since that is the purpose of this presentation. And TPW would love to speak with you about how we can scope that and how we can identify funding to improve the bicycle accessibility in the region. I just don't know that there's a lot more to say about it right now.
Right. And the reason that I'm bringing this up as part of the EIR is that several months ago, I actually asked for that scope of work to be included in the EIR. And I was told that no, it couldn't be, really because of timing, not because it was not allowed to be. At least even if it had been part of the EIR, even if it weren't funded, then the environmental work would have been done for the project.
Yes, if we had included this in the EIR, you know, 2 or 3 years ago, it would have been analyzed as part of it. But it wasn't at that point, and at this point, it's hard to go back and redo it. It would push the project back 6 or 12 months to go back and re-study this new area.
Would it be 6 or would it be 12? I mean, we're not planning on starting construction for years anyway. I just have a hard time imagining that a 6-month delay to a project that was started back in the 90s is really that big of a deal.
It's this iteration of the project, we executed the contract to begin design work in 2018, I believe. The NEPA and CEQA process has been underway for the vast majority of that time. This is a 2 to 3 year process to get through these environmental phases. It requires at least a year of preliminary engineering design to get to the point where we have enough information to perform environmental studies. So 6 to 12 months, I would say, is a very optimistic time frame of delay, and it could easily result in more than that, especially considering the conversations and the time to have those conversations with our funding partners. And so we're reluctant to add complications to these very large projects for what is ultimately a nice to have. this late in the stage. And I agree that if this was identified to the department as something to pursue early on, we could have fought those fights and had those conversations. But adding it to a, 2 to 3 year study process 3 months before we're ready to issue the report is a challenging thing for staff to execute.
We also do have the option once to tier off of this document later in various ways. So that's a clear possibility. Once we have a project and a project description, that would be one of the options to go forward with.
Yeah, and respectfully, I have asked about this actually multiple times over the past few years, and we've been through fires and pandemic and floods, so there've been a lot of distractions. But it's a question that I've consistently asked, and did raise it sort of more urgently several months ago when I learned that the EIR was moving forward at this board meeting, and was shut out. So it is something that I think is really important, and I don't think that cyclist and pedestrian life safety is a nice to have. I think it's a need to have. Every step that we can take towards ensuring that we achieve that Vision Zero. There was a study that was released through Vision Zero Sonoma County demonstrating how much more likely cyclists and pedestrians are to die in crashes compared to people who are riding in vehicles. To me, it's really an urgent matter of trying to make sure that we have safe ingress and egress to these amenities, because we know a lot of people will just go up onto the bridge because it's going to be beautiful and it's a place you can stand and enjoy the river and enjoy the view. But it's important that they're able to get there with their families safely. So anyways, I'll reserve further comments for afterwards.
Thank you. Other questions from the board? Supervisor Gorin.
Thank you, Supervisor Hopkins. And also thank you to Transportation Public Works and John Mack. The bridge alignment looks beautifully done. And thank you so much for the extensive public outreach that you employed in getting the opinions from the community on the alignment, the coloring, the connections. And I think back to the completion of the widening of Highway 12 over a decade ago, before my term, and a gap was missing in that widening of Highway 12. Thus, we have to try to find the funding to acquire right-of-way and complete the sidewalks and make the bicycle connection safer. So I'd like to maybe get the board's support in providing direction to Transportation Public Works for future projects. I understand this may not be able to be analyzed under this project, but for future projects, could we please analyze the pedestrian and cyclist connections to any transportation project, bridge widening replacement, as well as road widening? I think Supervisor Hopkins is absolutely correct. We've missed the boat on this in not addressing the pedestrian and cyclist connections to the entrance of this road. And it's going to take quite a bit more money to go back, analyze, acquire the right-of-way, design the connections and entrances to the bridge, when we probably should have done that at the beginning. And whether it may or may not have been contemplated at the time, and certainly Supervisor Hopkins have been asking questions over the number of months and years on this, I think it's important for us to go the step further and look at not only a bridge or highway widening and replacement, but the connections to it, and then figuring out the process and the environmental analysis to go along with it. Now we're going to have to backtrack and find additional funding to accomplish what we should have been working on all along. So we may not be able to get it with this EIR, but let's use an opportunity now to evaluate what it would take to improve the connections from that road to the bridge connection. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Good points for now and in the future. Any other questions? All right. This is a public hearing to receive comments on the draft environmental impact report for the Bohemian Highway Bridge Replacement Project. I'll open the public hearing, see if there's anyone in the room, and there is not. Any commenters online, Marcy.
Thank you, Chair Corsi. I am going to help Marcy in this time. If there's anybody for public comment on this item, please raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your touch tone keypad. Chair Corsi, it looks like there is no one in Zoom.
Thank you, Karen. I'll close the public hearing. Ask the board for any further comments or a motion on this item. Supervisor Hopkins.
Thank you. So I have a question because we talk a lot about CEQA segmentation and trying to avoid piecemealing of a project. How is it not piecemealing if we are now discussing the intent to address the ingress to the bridge at the same time that we are moving forward with the bridge EIR?
Well, we analyze the traffic going in and out of the bridge and built the bridge so that it would have all the bicycle pathways that it would be needed to connect to the future bicycle plan. So, the project as it stands is fully complete to replace the bridge. I will say that, I've been involved with this now since 2018, and there have been discussions about the 116 intersection, but I will say that the overriding discussions was to keep the project simple and streamlined so that we would get through the process as quickly as possible, because we were facing these mandatory deadlines from CTC where we could lose all of the funding, federal highway funding for the county, if we didn't meet them. So, the basic answer is we didn't think about it. And if we did think about it, we were thinking about moving the project expeditiously forward within the constraints of just building the bridge and connecting it properly to the existing roadways. And I'm feeling the same thing. It's a sort of a shame that we didn't think about it, but that's sort of where we are today. We have talked about it quite a bit, especially since I met with you in March. And I think the Triangle project is a doable one. It's not going to be the most expensive project in the world in order to do that. And it probably would fit as its own project under a categorical exemption of minor new construction in an existing location. So, I think the Triangle project is a doable one with probably a relatively modest amount of funding in comparison to the tens of millions of this bridge project. But I guess I would just have to apologize that we didn't think about that when 3 years ago when we had scoped this. So.
I appreciate your honesty, John, and and I also appreciate your diligence and work on this process. I think that my frustration is just I felt like those conversations happened with staff, but our office and community members weren't really involved, because I've had a lot of interest from community members in saying, hey, if we're doing this, why doesn't it make sense to make sure that there is a safe ingress and egress between the bridge and 116? But is there a concern about piecemealing if we're talking about sort of planning this after we're already approving this EIR? Is kind of maybe more of a question for our attorneys. I want to make sure that we don't get sideways in essentially two projects that are connected, not considering them as one larger project.
Yeah, I could discuss with council. I don't believe this is piecemealing. I think they're separate and distinct projects.
I do see Councillor Klein sort of making her way up towards the front. I don't know if there's.
Ms. Klein, go ahead if you have anything to add.
Right. I would just echo John Mack that any sort of future possible project would be, it would need funding. The details would need to be worked out at this point. Separate, distinct, independent, and I would say speculative at this point until you really have funding and a commitment from the board, which the board, is not making a commitment today. If there was, then you would have a piecemealing problem, but there isn't.
So basically you're saying that this is all just a figment of our imagination and therefore it's probably never going to happen. It's sort of affirming my worst fears about this project, which is, not great news.
For purposes of the CEQA analysis, it's enough separate and distinct without any identified funding. And that alone, I think, solves the piecemealing problem. It doesn't mean you can't talk about it for the future.
Thank you for that.
Any other questions or comments? If not, do we have a motion to,
Were there any commenters online?
there were not. Is there a motion to direct staff to evaluate the comments, prepare a written response to the comments, and prepare the final EIR for this project?
So moved.
And before we have a second, can I get often I sort of give direction and then it's not really affirmed by the rest of the board. I think this issue of analyzing approaches to transportation projects really should be affirmed by the board. So can we maybe vote on this and then have that discussion?
I'd actually like to see that as a friendly amendment, because quite frankly, I'm not going to vote on this project unless there is some actual promise to try to enact a safe ingress and egress. And I do feel like it was potentially within the scope of work of the EIR. And I've worked so hard on this, I really don't want to vote no on it. I've been in all those town hall meetings. I've had a lot of conversations with constituents, went through all of those, polls on the different, how the light's going to look and the color and everything else. But it's really disappointing to not have a safe ingress or egress for cyclists and pedestrians as a result of the Monterey Triangle. So I would love to see maybe a friendly amendment from Supervisor Gorn if that's where you're going.
Well, that might be where I'm going and future transportation projects as well. But I want to get a clarification of where you would like this to go. Because I understand from the lengthy discussion, we can't include this in the project, but we could consider a different project looking at the safety, the ingress and egress from the bridge to the intersection of 116. Is that what you were thinking about doing? Maybe
Yeah,
for future projects.
Yeah, and if there are any other needs, I would be wholly supportive of other needs that are of similar character across the county.
Well, it sounds like there are two actions that I would like to contemplate. One is giving direction on consideration for a future project to analyze the ingress and egress and try to find the funding for that in the near future within the scope of the construction period. And then the second period is giving direction for future transportation projects to look at the ingress and egress and connections for pedestrians and cyclists in those road projects.
We're going to get a clarification of the motion in just a minute, but County Administrator Bratton has a question.
Thank you for that. I had a question regarding the friendly amendment that Supervisor Hopkins was talking about, and that is what I thought I heard Supervisor Hopkins state is she wanted the EIR to be amended, so a supplemental EIR process. But I wasn't sure I heard that after Supervisor Gorin weighed in. So if we're talking about a supplemental EIR and a 12-month delay, what I'd want to know from staff is, I believe we're getting 20 million from the state for this bridge. If I recall that the same meeting Supervisor Hopkins stepped into early in her career, and what's the chances that we lose that funding? And is that indeed kind of the amount of funding we're talking about from the state?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So what's before us today would be the approval of a draft EIR and the continuation. And separately, we could look at this, the intersection in project as a separate project, which would come with a different environmental document, perhaps far less, depending on the scope of the intersection improvements. But our partnership with the California Transportation Commission, we've entered into an agreement to complete the environmental process by this fall. And the consequence of not doing so is the risk of future federal funding for the entire county, not just this project's funding, but the entire program.
And just to clarify, I think that what Supervisor Gorin was saying to move forward with the EIR, but then also to pursue sort of an opportunity, if it's possible, as a separate project, which would have a similar timeline as the bridge construction, because we're still a couple years out from that, to achieve the sort of full cyclist and pedestrian safety.
Yes, that's exactly what I meant. And that is the amendment to the original motion to approve the EIR and to further analyze the ingress and egress and for bicyclists and pedestrians at the intersection of 116 as an additional project or a future project moving forward.
Let me just put this out there. Do we want to separate these?
We can.
The motion right now is to approve the draft EIR. We don't have a second on that yet. We could get a second on that, take a vote, and then discuss the other.
I guess my challenge, Vice Chair Corsi, is that I really would like to be able to vote on both, because I don't really want to vote on the one without having an affirmation of the other.
Fair enough. Do you want to make a friendly amendment to the motion?
So who had this? I thought you had the friendly amendment, Supervisor Gorin, of Supervisor Rabbit.
I think I did. So maybe we can get Supervisor Rabbit to agree to the friendly amendment.
Well, you just said the same problem that I have, that we're putting a project out there with no documentation, hasn't really actually been agendized. And I have a real problem with that, quite honestly. I'm fine with moving forward on the bridge EIR. My question was going to be, was the CTC, I mean, if we were to do a supplemental EIR, that would be on our dime, correct? Not necessarily covered by the bridge project cost. So, I mean, it's a whole separate discussion that we need to have. I'm not saying that's not true, but you can't do it, in my mind. I'm not ready to do that today. I'm going to vote to approve move forward with the draft environmental document. And if you want to do a separate project, bring back the details. I don't know what the project entails.
Well, we thought this morning was going to be easy. Now we have two complicated votes and discussions. Supervisor Hopkins, I am aware of your reluctance to support the EIR for the bridge. I would encourage you to support that because we are limited in council member or supervisors. I'm still on the city council, apparently. Supervisors, and I am make a separate motion, which I would support, regarding consideration of an additional project moving forward. I hope that gives you, and then maybe I will make a motion for direction for the third motion.
Before we go on,
Yeah.
Council Latham has a comment or
Thank
question.
you, through the chair. I just want to remind us this morning that we only have the consideration of the draft EIR on the agenda this morning. So you can take a vote to approve that. You can take a vote to come back at a future date with a different EIR, or you can give direction to staff to bring something else back. But the only thing we do have on the agenda this morning is the consideration of the EIR as written.
Could we bring it back at a future meeting with the also secondary potential project with some suggestions of how that might be funded? I mean, I do know that, for instance, the Lower Russian River was one of just a small handful of priority equity communities identified by MTC ABAG through their processes. And it might be an opportunity to look at some Bay Area wide funding to support cyclist and pedestrian safety, for instance.
Staff, do you have a response to that?
Yeah, just want to make sure you would be acknowledging that we would not meet our deadline with the California Transportation Commission, and federal funding would be put in jeopardy if we delay this process.
Which is what is specifically the deadline?
The completion of the EIR document by this fall. This, while the fall is a few months away, this is all part of the approval process, and we're coming back to the board in August for the final adoption of the EIR. So that is our deadline we're trying to meet, and this timing is kind of laid out. So any delay today does mean we won't make that fall deadline.
Well, could you come back at the fall deadline with additional information about how the needs of the triangle are going to be met?
I mean, we could always come back with us information about a separate project, but the way the deadlines are lining up is today's the draft EIR public hearing. Then we take that back. We're going to collect those comments and then prepare a final EIR. We bring that back to you on August 9th for a straw vote. Then our plan is to bring you this back on August 30th for a final vote. And then we have completed CEQA, which then means we can file our paperwork to start right away on January 1st, which is the key CTC deadline. We have to be in right away by January 1. And so that's why these sort of line up the way they do.
Supervisor Hopkins, I'm hearing a pretty clear response from staff that it's necessary to move the EIR forward here. But I think you're hearing from the rest of the board, and I include myself in that, is that we want to see safe pedestrian and bicycle access to this project and all projects going forward. Without making promises about something that's not in front of us, I think you're going to see support for that when we do get it. And I think staff is getting a clear idea that we want to see that ASAP.
Thank you, Vice Chair Corsi. Can I ask if it's possible to provide direction to bring back in August, when this comes back, a conversation about what that separate project would look like, so the board actually has an opportunity to review and look at potential funding sources for that project?
We can do that, Supervisor Hopkins.
Thank you.
All right. I'm a little bit lost here. I know we have a motion on the floor. Has there been a second to the motion to approve the draft?
I'll second that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor. Marcy or Karen? Sorry. The only motion to approve the EIR, the draft EIR.
And if I may,
one more question.
Prior to calling the vote, can I ask if there is sort of majority support? Because I just want to be clear about bringing back that project for conversation in August.
And I would support that, as well as an additional discussion regarding guidance for evaluation of pedestrian bicycle accesses on significant road and bridge projects.
Yeah, through the chair, I would caution you against committing to any particular project at this time. I would keep it focused on the item that's in front of you. I think staff has heard the desire to, explore and analyze possible projects for that triangle as sort of separate and independent. But at this time, I would not concurrently give direction on a separate project.
Supervisor Abbott?
I was actually going to say that, believe it or not. I think it's what would be the difference in the discussion that day, improving a final EIR with a kind of a separate project being discussed at that time. It just seems, I'm all for bring it back whenever you want. It doesn't necessarily need to be tied to the EIR process. That just needs to go forward, or else we're going to fall behind the 8 ball and not get it.
I think you're hearing conceptual support, Supervisor. Are we ready for the roll call? Marcy or Karen? Marcy, go ahead.
Thank you. And just for our edification in the record, we are approving the draft as recommended today. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Supervisor Gorin.
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit.
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi.
Yes.
Supervisor Hopkins.
No.
All right. That is approved on a 3-1 vote. Thank you, staff, for your work. Going to move on to our next item, which is 10:30 a.m. We're a little bit late. Public comment on matters not listed on the agenda, but within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and on board member reports. I don't see anyone in the chambers. Marcy, do we have anyone online for public comment?
For those in the Zoom meeting, if you would like to comment on this section of today's agenda, this is matters not listed on the agenda. I'd ask that you please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone to raise your hand if you are a phone-in attendee. And I do see that we're having a few hands, close to 10 becoming raised at the moment. I'll seek a set time.
Okay, since we're running late, we'll go for 90 seconds here.
Thank you. And, thank you all. If the first 3 commenters are all phone attendees, so you'll need to listen and, excuse me, please press *6 to unmute your phone when prompted.
Rob McGilly of the 9/11 Truth Campaign. Fellow U.S. government's betrayed people. Our 11 times documented traitor, bumbling President Joe Biden, and treasonous member of Congress, not Senator Ron Paul and other constitutionalists who remain silent, serve our shadow U.S. President Willie Brown as he determines to be necessary under Martial Law 107243 at we the people's unsustainable expense. San Francisco voters, do not vote for Nancy Pelosi until she stops serving our shadow U.S. President, Wizard of Deception Willie Brown, who has been Communist China's top foreign agent since 1980. He controls 1,500 American producers, access to Communist China's slave labor production. That is why Communist China gets away with made in China so-called wildfires, COVID-19, that murdered 1 million Americans in the last 2 years. And it is floundering agent Federal President Joe opening our south border as he determines to be necessary. To cheap labor, criminals no other country wants, and traffickers of China drugs and children for Pedo Joe and thousands of other pedophiles in our governments. Sonoma County 5th District voters, do not vote for Linda Hopkins until she stops serving Communist China for Wiz Willie. He wants to become emperor of our world. Right, Willie? Well, number 1, we the boss dem
And
Willie
that will
Brown.
conclude the time for comment. And the next commenter, if you can please unmute and state your name.
This is Daniel from 9/11 Truth Campaign. Number 1, we the boss dim Willie Brown stained and abused people in our organized crime controlled 29,300 billion Exhibit 1 bankrupt Union of States are no longer governing ourselves under a Constitution for the United States of America, Authority 1. That was created by 39 forefathers who ordained it for 13 states of America in 1787. In 1878, we the People's Constitution for the United States corruptly became the Constitution of the United States until October 16, 2002. Number 2, on October 16, 2002, United States Senators Joe Biden, Dianne Feinstein, Mitch McConnell, Chuck Schumer, and 378 other documented traitors in the 107th United States Congress, listed in Authority 2.1 and 2.2 in the accompanying authorities and exhibits, and our 9/11 attempted wife killer, President George W. Bush, treasonously authorized public betraying law 107243, Authority 2, for our elected presidents to use the armed forces of the United States, including our County of Sonoma, California Sheriff's Department, that falsely arrested John Jankel 13 times and now won't talk to him, as he determines to be necessary in violation of our
your time for comment. The next commenter, if you can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name is Ian, Truth 9/11 Truth Campaign. In violation of the United States Constitution and Authority 3 that grants war power by a majority vote of 535 members in Congress, not by our president. Our judicial, legislative, and executive branches of our United States government are
co-equal in order to maintain each branch co-equally and ensure effective checks and balances. There can be no overlapping shared duties between the three branches, but all three equal branches of our United States government lie to hide the truth about 9/11. 3. Since October 16, 2002, we, the betrayed American people, have been governed by public martial law 107-243 Authority 2 as he determines to be necessary instead of by our U.S. Constitution, which is our supreme law under Article 6. Depth, supremacy, oaths, authority. 4. That every judge is bound thereby anything in the United States, in the U.S. Constitution or state laws to our contrary notwithstanding, unquote. And who is, quote, he. Our shadow U.S. President Willie Brown, the great, since 1980, the Wiz has been Communist China top
And that will
foreign aid.
conclude time. Thank you. And the next commenter, if you can please unmute and state your name.
Rich from the Island Truth Campaign. Since October 16, 2002, we, the betrayed American people, have been governed by public martial law 107-243, Authority 2, as he determined to be necessary, instead of by our U.S. Constitution, which is our supreme law under Article 6, depth, supremacy, oath, Authority 4, and that every judge is thereby anything in the U.S. Constitution or state laws to the contrary notwithstanding. And who is he? Our shadow U.S. President Willie Brown, the Great. Since 1980, the Wiz has been Communist China's top foreign agent who arranged for 1,500 American producers, Exhibit 2, to manufacture their products by Communist China's slave labor. Right, Willie? Number 4, under U.S. Code Title 18, Section 2381, Treason, 35, Senator Joe Biden, who was fraudulently elected president in rigged 2020 U.S. elections, is guilty of 11 acts of treason and shall suffer death or shall be in prison not less than 5 years and fine under this title, but not less than $10,000, and shall be incapable of holding any office under the United States, including on October 11th, 2002, when he and 373 other members of the 107th Congress voted yea for public endangering law 107-243 by Iraq AUMF, listed in Authority
Thank you. That concludes time
2-1
for
and
comment.
2.
The next commenter is a phone attendee. The next three, if you can please unmute by pressing *6 and state your name.
Okay, Roseanne, reading for the John Jankel and the 9/11 Truth Campaign. 4. Under U.S. Code Title 18, Section 2381, Treason, Authority 5, Senator Joe Biden, who was fraudulently elected president in rigged 2020 U.S. elections, is guilty of 11 acts of treason and shall suffer death or shall be imprisoned not less than 5 years and fined under this title but not less than $10,000, and shall be incapable of holding any office under the United States, including on October 11, 2002, when he and 373 other members of the 107th Congress voted yea for public endangering law 107-243, the Iraq AUMF, listed in Authority 2-1 and 2, that treasonously transfers our war power away from 535 members in Congress as our 39 forefathers constitutionally ordained to our easily bought off president. Our U.S. government's lie about 9/11 and public martial law 107-243 that gives aid and comfort to communist China at the cost of we the people's democracy. Since October 16, 2002.
And thank you.
We the betrayed.
That will conclude time for comment. If the next commenter can also please unmute and state your name.
This is Mary Morrison, 9/11 Truth Campaign. Since October 16th, 2002, we the betrayed have been under one man as he determines to be necessary, which is a dictatorship. And who is our dictator? Wiz Willie. Dictator Wiz Willie is protected by our pedo president and pedo chief justice. Both are protected by our county presiding judge, DeMayo. Number 5, on December 11th, 2020, Exhibit 3-1, we, the 9/11 Truth Campaign in Grayton, California, attempted to file in Sonoma County Superior Court our 25-page petition for redress of our grievances, which is our right under the U.S. Constitution First Amendment. Our 25-page petition clearly proves Joe Biden is a 5-time documented traitor, and therefore he is incapable of holding any office under the United States under U.S. Code Title 18, Section 2381, treason. Our petition for redress of our grievances for the common good was denied by the County of Sonoma presiding judge Bradford J. DeMayo in violation of our First Amendment right to petition the Superior Court for redress of our grievances to enforce without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion our supreme law in the U.S. Constitution that includes U.S. Code Title 18, Section 2381, treason. That rules traitor Joe Biden shall be incapable of holding any office under the United States. Number 6, his dishonored DeMayo based his denial on an unconstitutional, on its face, vexatious litigant order against John Jankel in 2009 by assigned visiting California.
Thank you. That does conclude time for comment. And the next commenter is also a phone attendee.
Hello, this is John Jankel. Is it right? Am I on? Okay. The fact is, Judge DeMayo has no leg to stand on. He shut me off, so we couldn't notice the Constitution rules that Mr. Biden should be in jail or dead, one or the other. And I think he did it because he is another pedophile. We'll find out sooner or later. But the fact that he held our petition, which would have prevented Mr. Biden from becoming president, he certainly gives aid and comfort to domestic enemies, and he's been reported to the Sonoma County Sheriff's Department. But you know what? The Sheriff's Department does not enforce treason. What do you know about that? Treason is the only crime mentioned in the U.S. Constitution and the only crime in the California Constitution. But they don't enforce it.
Thank you. That concludes the time. The next commenter is Adina, followed by another phone attendee. If you can please unmute and begin.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you. Good morning, board. I'd like an explanation as to what constitutes the appropriate time to discuss the matters I brought forth to County Council and the board. To date, I have received no responses to why you approved a contract with Equity and Results LLC on June 8, 2021, even though the corporation was not legally existent until October 2021. I had previously expressed that the spouse of County Council, Robert Pittman, is a previous White House employee who is also the CEO of North Bay Strategies. North Bay Strategies is coordinating all communications for the Alibaba Group, in which Mr. Jenkins was previously a director. Hello Alice, Elizabeth Gore's company has officially partnered with the Alibaba Group. I'd like an explanation as to how County Council may maintain a neutral stance in legal matters, being that they hold a direct financial interest tied to one or more of our board supervisors. At the previous meeting, Supervisor Gore gave an extensive response to my comment in which he implied that I'm full of basement accusations. I am seeking clarity as to what basement accusation was made. Is Mr. Jenkins' LinkedIn profile a farce? Being that Mr. Jenkins was a White House employee, this would indicate that the federal government is also a farce. So please advise. I've attempted to bring inquiries to your attention over the past 6 months and you refuse to communicate with me whatsoever. For reference, a case has officially been opened with the FPPC regarding the lack of transparency with Mr. Gore's finances. That complaint is 04062022-00962 for your reference. Thank you for your time.
And if the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, this is John with the 9/11 Truth Campaign. Number 6 is dishonored DeMayo based his denial on the unconstitutional on its face vindictive litigant order against yours truly issued in 2009 by a signed visiting California judge, Dean A. Lupo, Exhibit 4, the prohibited cause for the Superior Court to evade my John's 2008 petition for extraordinary relief in the nature of mandamus to prevent documented traitor Hillary Clinton, Exhibit 5, from running in California election. 7, our Sonoma County Supervisor Court denied our 25-page petition due process of law violates our inalienable First Amendment right to petition for redress of grievance was no doubt in order to protect all elected pedophiles in the U.S. government, beginning with Joe Biden as president. By denying our petition a second time, Exhibit 3.3-2, his dishonored DeMayo protected his top elected traitor, pedophile Joe Biden's illegally holding office of president at we the people's expense, costing us our democracy under public martial law 107-243. 8, County of Sonoma Board of Supervisors Chair James Gore.
And thank you. That concludes time for comment. If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name. The next commenter should be able to unmute, and I'm pressing a button, so you should hear that you would be pressing *6 to unmute. And I'm sorry, we're not hearing you right now. Comments may be emailed to bos@sonoma-county.org. The next commenter is also a phone-in attendee, followed by Thomas, and then another phone-in attendee. And for this next commenter,
This is Karina, no?
please go ahead.
Okay, this is Karina from the 9/11 Truth Campaign. Number 8, County of Sonoma Board of Supervisor Chair James Gore, agenda, a public item about this judicial treason, or you will have another treason charge against you. Number 9, we the people, County of Sonoma Board of Supervisors Chairman James Gore, allow me and 9/11 Truth campaigners 3 minutes each to present this abuse news number 6641 to the board. If you refuse, you prevent and hinder us from exercising our First Amendment constitutionally guaranteed right to petition the court for redress of a grievance, which in this case gives aid and comfort to enemies of this country and this state, which is treason. 1,500 American companies profit from communist China's slave labor, thanks to Willie Brown. 10, today our 50 states are mostly controlled by 1,500 American producers. Exhibit 2, the profit from slave labor production by communist China's slaves. These American producers exploit communist China slave labor thanks to Willie. Since the Enron boss Ken Lay in 6 weeks new 99-year World Trade Center Larry Silverstein organized crime on 9/11, 1,500 American producer and American weapon manufacturers have controlled the last 10 U.S. Congress. Number 11, pedophile President George W. Bush, Exhibit 6,
And
Barack
that will
Obama,
conclude the
Exhibit
time
7.
for comment. Thomas, if you can please unmute and state your name and begin.
Good morning. Thank you. It's Thomas. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. I was hoping to end the public comment items not on the agenda on a positive note, and so we'll send a link to the article to you. It was reported that the first physical functional model of the atmosphere was completed by a university. And this is a terrific opportunity. It's the first model of the functional atmospheric conditions. And what that distinction is that everything else is probabilistic. So they really determine things in long-term consequence. This is the first one, and it's very optimistic. We have some opportunity to understand the environment, the atmospheric environment at this point, and in particular, it's a cyclonic effect. So one cyclone or cyclonic, it's not a cyclone like Twister, but the large atmospheric effects influence other one adjacent cells. And so having one actually influences another. They developed a model about this. It's optimistic that we understand it. It may be challenging from the standpoint of what are the requirements that
And thank you. That
we would
concludes the
have to.
concludes the time. Thank you. And the next commenter, if you can please unmute and state your name.
Yeah.
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
I'm on the 9/11 Truth Campaign for John Jankel. Exhibit 9 and hundreds of other elected pedophiles holding government offices along with organized crime bosses are all controlled by Wiz Willie Brown. Blackmail. Any politician or judge who protects Wiz Willie's slave labor machine, pedophiles, or government organized crime eventually becomes a millionaire, like Wiz Willie's top agents Dianne Feinstein, Nancy Pelosi, Kamala Harris, and Gavin Newsom. VP Kamala is in position to destroy the brown-green organized crime machine and China slave racket, which she knows well from having been part of it for years. If VP Kamala does not help us clean up this brown slave racket and government organized crime, she is a traitor ripe for a death penalty. 12. When a California judge provides us Superior Court due process of law for our 25-page petition, Exhibit 2, and the accompanying proposed order, Exhibit 3-3 below, no politician or judge will provide any communist China slave labor, pedophiles, or government organized crime. The following proposed order to accompany our 25-page petition for redress of grievances, entitled Petition for Extraordinary Relief in the nature of
that concludes
in the
the
nature
time
of
for comment. And we do have another commenter. If you can please unmute and state your name. This is for a phone attendee.
Hello, this is Donald with the 9/11 Truth Campaign. I think you people should really listen to this document instead of making little remarks in the background while we're doing this reading. But anyway, this is item 12. When a California judge provides a Superior Court due process of law for our 25-page petition, Exhibit 2, and the accompanying proposed order, Exhibit 3-3 below, no politician or judge will profit from Communist China's slave labor, pedophiles, or government organized crime. The following proposed order to accompany our 25-page petition for redress of grievances entitled Petition for Extraordinary Relief in the Nature of Prohibiting 5 times documented traitor Joe Biden from holding any office under the U.S. That Judge Bradford J. DeMayo has 2 times denied us Superior Court due process since December 11th, 2020. Exhibit 3-3, John Jankel, 3325 Highway 116, North Sebastopol, California, 95472, phone number 707-732-3464. Superior Court of State of California, County of Sonoma. Proposed court order to save the U.S. and all Americans. Accompanying petition was denied on December 11th, 2020. John Jankel and Doe's 1 through 15 inclusive, case number SCB,
Thank you.
whatever.
That concludes time for comment. And Vice Chair Corsi and Board, that will conclude comment.
Thank you very much, Marcy. We will now go to public comment on closed session items. Items 28, 29, and 31, as item 30 has been pulled from the agenda. There's no one in the chambers. Marcy, is there anyone online?
If you would like to comment on the aforementioned closed session items, please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 to raise your hand if you are a phone attendee. And I do see one hand raised. And Supervisor Corsi, I'll just seek confirmation of the time.
Stay at 1.5 minutes, please.
Thank you. Okay, and this is for closed session items. This is a phone attendee. If you can please unmute and state your name.
Hello. This is Mary Morrison of the 9/11 Truth Campaign, and I would just like to know why you're having public comment on matters on the closed session when you haven't even discussed the item yet. How can we put any input in there if we don't even know what you're talking about? We know the subject, but we don't have anything from you guys or anybody else. So that's really unfair, and it doesn't do any good. And it's really noticeable how you really mistreat the public. You don't give us the same time as you give everyone else. It's really ridiculous. And what? Anyway, you're supposed to have all of your sessions in public, not closed session. All of you are public employees. That means you're public employees. You serve the public. You all have taken an oath. You all, even if you're having an employee review, that person is also employed by the county and working for the public. There's no reason for you to ever have closed session meetings to exclude the public and then have us talk about it on your agenda, like you're literally letting us have an educated information about what's going on. Anyway.
Thank you for the comment. Looking there, I see no additional comments.
Thank you, Marcy. The board will recess into closed session. We'll be back for our afternoon item at 2:30. Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. We're going to continue the meeting. All right, in the chambers, Supervisor Corsi, we are ready to continue when you are.
Are we on mute?
Now you are. Thank you.
All right. We're going to reconvene our meeting. Coming back from closed session, we'll start with a report on closed session from Assistant County Counsel Latham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On Tuesday, May 17th, 2022, the board met in closed session on 3 items. The report out is as follows. For item 28, the Board of Supervisors met to consider conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Ilya T. Petrov and Amelia K. Petrova, plaintiffs versus County of Sonoma, Ryan A. Mitchell, Sonoma County Superior Court case number SCV 269619, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D1. For that matter, direction was given to staff. The board met also on item 29 to consider the following in closed session: conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, California Coastkeeper versus County of Sonoma, Sonoma County Superior Court case number SCV 268718, also Government Code Section 54956.9 D1, and direction was also given to staff on that matter. Item number 30 was withdrawn, and item number 31 was the final matter. The board met in closed session. The Board of Supervisors and the Board of Directors of the Community Development Commission considered the following in closed session: conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Jason Anglero Wyrick versus County of Sonoma et al., 21 CV 01985-SK, United States District Court, Northern District, California case, Government Code Section 54956.9 B1. Direction was given to staff. And that concludes the closed session report out for May 17th.
Thank you, Ms. Latham. So our mission for this afternoon, should we choose to accept it, is to adopt resolutions on sewer rates for 8 sanitation zones and districts across the county. Leading us on this is Lynn Roselli from Sonoma Water and Vern Ball from County Counsel's Office. Lynn, take it away.
And I'm just going to check if the staff microphones are on.
Yes. Thank you. Good afternoon, Board of Directors. Lynn Roselli, Administrative Division Manager for Sonoma Water with Vern Ball, Deputy County Counsel. I am going to be presenting the fiscal year 23 proposed rates for the sewer systems. We are here today to for the requested board actions here related to the sewer service charges for our 4 sanitation zones, those being our Airport, Larkfield, Wickiup, Geyserville, Pengrove, and Sea Ranch, and 4 county sanitation districts, those being Occidental, Russian River, South Park, and Sonoma Valley. We continue to employ this business model where we refine and update our long-term financial plans annually and frequently throughout the year to set target rates over a 5-year period. We include bonds, loans, grants, and Sonoma Water general fund contributions in those long-range financial plans. We are able to reinvest at the rate of depreciation our capital infrastructure for all of the districts and zones. And for many of the districts and zones, we are able to keep routine operations and maintenance at the consumer price index and use rate increases over the consumer price index for capital expenditures. Some of the smaller districts and zones are struggling with aging infrastructure and maintenance costs associated with those. And so those routine operations and maintenance costs tend to be exceeding the consumer price index. Our rate increases proposed for fiscal year 23 range from 3.5% to 8.9%. The bottom row of each of these tables for the zones on the top and the districts on the bottom provide the annual sewer service charge per equivalent single-family dwelling, followed by a number that is the annual increase over the existing rate. These rates are higher than in the recent past. The reasons for the higher rates are increasing regulatory demands and requirements that are increasing costs of operations and maintenance and capital infrastructure, aging infrastructure and maintaining infrastructure and replacing that infrastructure, and inflation, increases in inflation, and supply chain issues that are emanating from the COVID pandemic that are also increasing costs across the board. However, we are using $8 million from Sonoma Water's general fund to contribute to sustain these wastewater treatment facilities, to sustain them, to operate and maintain and in accordance with regulatory requirements and to be protective of public health and safety. Between the grants and the general fund contributions, those make up from 15% to 82% of the revenue coming into some of these districts and zones. So it's pretty substantial that the contributions that are needed to maintain these facilities. Without our general fund contributions, particularly for some of the smaller districts and zones, the rate increases would range from 20% instead of a high of 8.9%. They would be 20% to as high as 630%. So really significant difference there. Not these districts and zones are simply, many of them are not sustainable without contributions from Sonoma Water's general fund. So we have a very significant structural deficit where we have increasing costs. We have a ratepayer base that is not significantly increasing. And this is putting pressure on these districts and zones because the ratepayer base is responsible for paying these increased costs and rates. And we're doing our best to try to offset as much as we can with grants, bonds, loans, and our general fund contributions. Aging infrastructure, these wastewater treatment systems are from 40 years old to 70 years old. So we are reaching the point where we're finding that we are expending much more on maintaining these facilities in a manner that is compliant with the regulatory requirements. This is a chart that just shows you a comparison of how our rates for the 8 sanitation districts and zones compare throughout the region here. And in general, we are fairly competitive with other systems within the region, with the exception of Occidental that has an incredibly small user base. Russian River County Sanitation District has seen increasing costs because of some emergency replacements due to aging infrastructure. And Pengrove is seeing increased costs as a result of some capital improvement projects that are going to be occurring over the next several years. So I'm not going to spend too much time on this rate calculation sheet, but the net revenues plus the grants and loans are the available funds to pay for fiscal year 22-23 capital improvements and to help fund the ongoing projects in the 5-year planning period. And we're showing a sampling of some of the projects that are a part of this budget and part of the ongoing budget. If with those that are net revenues that are negative, we are using fund balance to make up the difference to be able to fund ongoing projects. And this is for the sanitation district, same presentation. Net revenues and grant funds are being used to offset, to pay for capital improvements in next fiscal year and the following fiscal years. And you can see there's a very heavy load of very significant projects that will be occurring. And here is another view of the rate calculation for this chart. The expenditures budget, the blue bar is the expenditures budget divided by the equivalent single family dwellings. The red bar is expenditures minus grants and loans divided by equivalent single family dwellings to get to your rate. And the green bar is the rate that we are proposing And so you can see here that in almost every case that our proposed equivalent single-family dwelling rate is significantly less than the expenditures budget, less grants and loans and bonds, with the exception of Sonoma Valley, which has a $15 million bond, which we will be coming back to the board in July to get authorization for that. And South Park is building fund balance for some future capital projects and also for the transfer, increasing costs for transfer of South Park over to the city of Santa Rosa. So our proposed rate is the lowest rate that can be set given the need to maintain reserves to address the structural deficit and the risk and uncertainties of actually being able to get outside funding to offset costs. And on the grants and loans side, over the past 5 years, we've had $6.8 million in grants and in loans for the various districts and zones. We have applications out there for $13.7 million in project funding for projects. We will be coming back to the board in June, mid-June. These grant loan applications include a state funding for the wastewater arrearage program, which we submitted an application for $389,000 and change to help our customers offset their delinquencies that resulted from the COVID pandemic. So we are hoping that some of the customers that haven't been able to pay their bills will see some relief from this funding when it comes in, assuming we will get board authorization to receive those funds in mid-June. There is another program called the Low Income Household Water Assistance Program. It's another state program that will give up to $2,000 per income eligible household. And that is to offset any further debt that a customer might have that's above and beyond what the state is covering under the wastewater arrearage program. And that is a pending application. So we've pursued applications to help our customers who are struggling because of COVID. And we're hoping that this will help offset some of those costs for them. For Occidental County Sanitation District, we're also pursuing $6.5 million for the Occidental Pipeline construction project to go to the Grayton Community Services District. And we will be coming back to our board to authorize bond issuance, $15 million in bonds to fund capital improvements, trunk main replacements in Sonoma Valley. This is a long list of all of the projects that we have been working on and will be working on. I'm not going to go through all of them, but they range from electrical improvements, lift station improvements, force main replacements, pipeline design, trunk main replacements, and the like. And moving on to public outreach, pre-COVID, we were doing tours of our facilities. We will begin those tours again in the very near coming future. And it helps to educate the community about the cost and what it takes to operate and maintain these facilities and the infrastructure that's involved in actually running a wastewater treatment plant. We also, for public outreach, we put out Prop 218 newsletters, and those newsletters are available on our website at sonomawater.org for each one of the districts and zones. And these newsletters are chock full of information about all of the projects that are going on in each of the districts, the budget and a breakdown of the budget setting process, and some water efficient possibilities for water use efficiency rebates. And then also includes the Prop 218 protest letter. We continue to try to message that wipes clog pipes, and it is extremely expensive to unclog the pipes and repair the infrastructure. And this work that has to be done when we find these clogs, it is impacting the rates that customers have to pay. So it is within, this gives the customers some possibility of actually controlling their rate increases by reducing what they flush that would clog a pipe and impact our infrastructure. And once again, water use efficiency rebates and efficiency upgrades for low-income residents are on our website for each district and zone. Our customers can go there and look them up. And then onto the protest returns. The protest returns were 171. We have a total number of 18,626 parcels, and we sent out these newsletters and protests to all of them. We received 171 protests in return. The majority of those protests, 30% or more, are signed but are blank. They just returned. And then Another almost 30 to 40% are signed and indicating that the rate increase is too high and it's making it difficult for them, hardship for payment. Another almost 20% is residents that are on fixed income and have a hard time paying and are protesting these rate increases. And the threshold for a Prop 218 protest is 50% plus one, and that you can see here across the board that we are not at that threshold. Pen Grove had the highest protests at 2.89% or 11 protests. Geyserville had the lowest with one protest or 0.35% protest rate. And with that, we're here to request that the board takes these actions, and I'm available for any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Roselli. Questions from the board? Supervisor Abbott.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the work, as always. Remind us again the difference between a zone and a district and the benefit to one over the other.
So the sanitation zones are owned and operated and managed by Sonoma Water. The sanitation districts, Sonoma Water manages and operates under contract with each of those districts.
Financially, is there any advantage one way or the other? I'm trying to decipher whether a zone should be a district or I guess it doesn't go in the other direction.
Director Abbott, they have the same rate making process. The districts are separate legal entities and the zones are not.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Supervisor Hopkins.
Thank you. So my question is kind of, I think, a bigger picture question. And I know I've had a lot of conversations with Sonoma Water staff about the rate increases, particularly in the Russian River. But, I'm wondering if at some point we could take a little bit of a deeper dive into the status of some of these systems, because I would really love to get into some of the nitty gritty details, but I also know that we're looking at a lot of different districts and sort of a, overview conversation at the board meeting today. But could there be some appropriate time to bring back, in particularly, the Russian River, especially as we move forward with the compliance with the TMDL and possible sort of nexus there with the existing system or with other potential, interties and connections, to have kind of a broader conversation around just the rate setting?
Yes, and in fact, we are in the process of looking at other innovative solutions and longer term solutions. They're not, quick fixes, not going to happen overnight. Will require a significant amount of planning and work and consensus with the community. But we are actively looking at options, in particular in West County, for looking at other ways to make it more affordable for the customers out in the West County.
I really appreciate that. And I know that you've also heard me say, I will not support rate increases unless there is a long-term plan for sustainability. And I also just wanted to double check that my understanding was part of these rate increases will actually be to sort of fund a kind of long-term planning strategic plan for the Russian River. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Great. So will there be a point at which that would come back before the board, or when could we kind of have a conversation about, what is that long-term plan? Because, one frustration that I sometimes hear from constituents is, okay, well, this is sort of often considered as part of this bulk item. We're approving all of these rate increases, but there's not really necessarily an opportunity to dive into those details and say, what are the long-term improvements? What is the long-term vision? What are these sort of rate increases going to buy us? So sort of through the CAO and the vice chair, would there be an opportunity to schedule at some point kind of a deeper dive, whether it's later this year or early next year, to kind of talk about some of these bigger long-term issues?
You want to answer that, County Administrator, as far as opportunities for, let's call it a closer look, because I don't want to take a deep dive into any of these systems.
Thank you for that. Well, certainly, I think July 12th is the time where we're going to revisit the second half of the calendar. And so we could discuss it as a calendar item and asking staff, how soon they could bring us something and put it on our calendar for the second half of the year. So that's one opportunity, or, I don't know if Ms. Roselli has a response at the ready in terms of, how soon they could come back or what else they may be working on that has implications that, they'd want to look at.
I don't have an exact date, but I can certainly take this back to management and talk this over with them and come up with a plan for when we might be able to come back with something constructive to bring to the board. But I don't have an exact date at this moment.
Yeah, if it would be possible to sort of get maybe a suggestion from what would work for your team by the time that we have that conversation in July, so that either we can request that be scheduled later this year or look to roll into early next year, that would be great. And it's something that I would love to also get the word out to West County residents, to be able to attend the meeting and to understand, kind of what the long-term plan for viability and sustainability and compliance with the ever-evolving state regulatory landscape is going to look like.
Great. Supervisor Gorin.
Thank you. Thank you, Lynn, always for your great work on this and all things. And I guess, I'm pleasant. I am supportive of using the Sonoma County or the Sonoma Water General Fund or reserves to really soften the impacts of the rate increases. But I'm concerned about what that does for the future and sustainability of Sonoma Water. What is our reserve policy for Sonoma Water? Where are we with our general fund? And do we have additional funding in excess of the reserves?
So we are using funding in excess of the reserves to support the sanitation districts and zones. However, there are many board priorities that are also funded out of our general fund, and it is a process that we go through to balance making sure that we are addressing board priorities as well as the sanitation districts and zones. This is a significant amount of funding that is coming from our general fund to contribute these to the sanitation districts and zones. But we are we have sufficient reserves in the general fund to, at this point in time, to both fund the additional costs associated with the sanitation districts and zones, as well as other projects that are funded out of our general fund.
Thank you. I guess I have a far-reaching question, and that is the sustainability of, or the future of rate increases. It's hard to fathom that rate increases will stop after this year. So we're expending, $8 million from our general fund, and we can't contribute that amount every year into the future. So what is the future strategy? And maybe that speaks to Supervisor Hopkins' request to do not a deeper dive, but a deeper search, a deeper conversation into sanitation rates. And that was sort of, it was sort of a question and sort of a comment.
Right, and it's really just a balancing between the other projects that are funded out of Sonoma Water's general fund and the sanitation facilities, and we balance that each year. We do long-range financial plans to plot that out, but we are seeing persistently increasing costs for operations and maintenance and capital improvements in the sanitation districts and zones, and it is putting pressure on our general fund, which means we have less general fund left over to do other projects and programs.
Right. Okay. Thank you so much. And I think it's good news that we're using the general funds or the excess reserves to soften the rate increases, but I am concerned about the future. So thank you so much.
So I'm wondering, there was a slide that I believe showed the subsidies for these districts from the general fund over the past 5 years, quite a bit lower than this year, but going back 5 years am I correct in remembering?
So going back 5 years, I believe I mentioned that over the last 10 years, Sonoma Water has used $27 million from its general fund for sanitation facilities. And the rate increases are being, they're relying heavily on contributions from our general fund. And it's $8 million for next fiscal year.
Has it been going up annually over that time at a steady rate, or is this?
It has been increasing more recently, and we believe that is in part due to the COVID pandemic, increasing costs, aging infrastructure, and regulatory requirements, all kind of putting pressure on increasing expenses that need revenue to cover them. And we're looking under every rock for every grant, loan, bond funding that we can do to help minimize the amount that we have to take from the general fund to help offset some of the costs.
Right. At what point in history did the Board of Supervisors or the Board of Directors decide to subsidize these rates from the general fund?
I don't know if there was a specific direction from I don't recall, I don't know offhand. I know that Grant Davis, as general manager, has some degree of what's the right word, authority to determine how the general fund is spent in discussions with the Board of Directors. So it is incorporated into our budget, and the Board of Directors approves our budget annually. I don't know that there was a specific, I don't know if you know of any legal.
No,
action
I
that was
don't know when
taken.
the subsidy started either.
Okay, at least 10 years ago.
Oh, more than 10 years ago.
Okay,
We've been doing it for more than 10.
Is not the complete.
No,
picture.
it's not.
Okay,
I think it
goes
would
back
be
even
further. Yes.
As far as looking forward, I totally want to do that. I'd like to look backwards too and figure out, when this started and how much it's been. Make sure that we're making this conscious decision on an annual basis.
I think we have a record going back to 2003 that shows contributions from our general fund, and it's upwards of a total of 35 million.
Okay, thanks. Those are the only questions I had. Yeah, go ahead. Supervisor.
Just to follow up and in line with what Supervisor Hopkins was talking about earlier, we have had more than a few questions and inquiries lately from my friends in Pengrove regarding some of the capacity issues, size of different laterals and lines. And I know that we're doing the pump upgrade, lift station upgrade, which is great, but it would be good to get some of that additional information. We're trying to do some, talking about the number of hookups versus the number of customers. There's I don't know what the right word for it is. There's a feeling that there are people that are hooked up that are not necessarily paying into that might be reserving that capacity and after their perhaps septic systems fail or something like that. So I just want to make sure that we do. It's probably good timing to kind of bring all that up and look at that. And I know that Petaluma is Petaluma is the ultimate destination for what comes out of the lift station. But it would be nice to know too what our arrangement there is, what's locked in. Is it volumetric? Is it an annual fee? And what's that price been going up? Just getting all those details would be helpful.
Yeah, it is volumetric. So when we have flooding conditions, we pay more to the city of Petaluma because there's more flowing to the city of Petaluma. This coming fiscal year, I think we're estimating that we're going to pay the city of Petaluma about $500,000 out of Pengrove.
Well, hopefully
for their services.
with the new and improved lift station, we won't have that flooding. So at least we won't have the infiltration that we'll be paying for going forward. But I do look forward to kind of getting a little additional deeper dive on the information. Afraid to say the word.
Yeah.
And we are embarking on a capacity analysis in Pengrove, so that's part of the budget.
All right. If there are no further questions from the board, we'll go to public comment on this item. I don't see anyone in the chambers. Is there anyone on Zoom?
If those in Zoom can please raise your hand or press star 9 if you would like to comment on this item today. Thank you. There are no commenters.
Thank you. Okay, if there aren't further questions or comments from the board, Lynn or Vern, do you want us to take these in bites, like the zones as one motion and the districts as another, and then the Sonoma district as a third? How do you want to do this?
Yeah, you really only need to segregate Sonoma Valley County Sanitation District because it has a different board. So you could take one motion on everything but Sonoma Valley and approve the resolutions and ordinances that are proposed, and then a second on Sonoma Valley County Sanitation District. And I just received information for the record from Mike Thompson that the subsidies started in 1995.
Okay.
So we can provide more information to the board though.
Thanks. Would anybody like to make a motion on the 7 zones and districts other than Sonoma Valley?
I would move forward on the zones 1 through 7.
And I think Supervisor Gorin seconded that, but she was muted. But we'll
I
record it.
was, yes, I second that.
Okay, Marcy, you take the roll on that one?
Just a point of
I'm sorry.
clarification, were you also including items B and C on the recommended actions?
Yes, so the resolutions for 1 through 7 plus B and C. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
Well, B and C excluding the Sonoma Valley County Sanitation District.
Correct.
B and C. Thank you.
Got it. Marcy, go ahead.
Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes,
Supervisor Hopkins.
Yes.
passes 4-0. Supervisor Gorin, would you like to make the motion on Sonoma Valley on the resolution and the ordinance?
And I would so move.
And as sitting in for the chair on Sonoma Valley Board, I will second that. Marcy,
Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Mayor Ding, absent, and Vice Chair Corsi.
yes. All right, and that passes 2-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Moving on to board member reports on assigned boards, councils, commissions, or other attended meetings. Supervisor Rabbit looks ready to go.
Thank you very much. On the 11th of May, attended the ABAG MTC budget study, the Bay Area Toll Authority Oversight Committee, MTC Admin Committee, and MTC Programming and Allocations Committee. On the 12th, did have the State Seismic Safety Commission meeting, the Bay Area Housing Finance Authority Oversight Committee meeting, and that evening we did have the Petaluma Valley GSA Rate and Fee Study Community Meeting number 2, live and in person at the Petaluma Community Center. On the 13th, MTC Operations, MTC Planning with ABAG Admin Committee, and the joint MTC ABAG Legislation Committee. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next? Go ahead, Supervisor Hopkins.
I am just going to report out that I had a Santa Rosa Plain Groundwater Sustainability Agency board meeting on the 12th, and I believe that is it in terms of reportable for the last week.
Thank you. Supervisor Gorin.
Thank you. We did have a public meeting for the Sonoma Valley Groundwater Sustainability Agency and received a number of comments on potential fee increases. But I also want to let the board know that as representing the board on BCDC, I will be attending a couple of important meetings in June regarding the future of the Howard Terminal, which is part of the Port of Oakland. And of course, that is the proposed location for the new stadium in the city of Oakland. So stay tuned. It'll be an interesting discussion.
Thank you. On my part, I had the Renewable Enterprise District Housing Fund board meeting on May 11th. the ad hoc on the Sonoma County Economic Development Board on May 12th, Santa Rosa Plain Groundwater Sustainability Agency Board on the 12th. And that should do it. All right, with that, we'll note that the next meeting of the Board of Supervisors is next Tuesday, May 24th. And we are adjourned.